Greetings. Hello. Greetings. Hello. Good to see you. Good day. Hello.
we should be live, hopefully. We're in Act 3. I have almost finished my coffee, sadly, because I was doing setup stuff. But I still have water and I still have jerky. So, not doing too bad. Although, if I have to mute to take a bite of jerky, I'll be mute for like half an hour because this is good, but very, very dry jerky. Seriously. If you ever are going to try jerky in the U.S., try the People's Choice jerky. I am not sponsored. I would gladly take a sponsorship if they'd send me a package every month. I would spit out their name at the beginning of every stream. Because they're good. But it does chew back. The kind that I get. And I did not do anything with the characters between streams. I was just completely just knocked out of it. But let's go ahead and load that in there. Corgina's, I think we might already have that shield somewhere. But I'm not certain, so I can't actually just like dump it in there. We do still need to do this. We're up to 153 gems in storage, by the way. So, eventually I should start doing some crafting. Especially since those gems can be pretty much any kind you want. And yeah, we're going to go with Colin's Greater Might, because we can now use that. The shield duration on this, it's about a minute. Still not long enough for me to just cast it and forget about it. But we'll still do it. It's fine. But onwards into the forests of Kurast we shall go. There we go. Oh, yeah, still waiting for that coffee to hit. But I did drink it. Today, we'll probably end up finishing normal if I get progress like I think I'm going to. No guarantees, but that's the plan. I think we're still on Players 8 as well. I can double check that. It should say it at the beginning whenever we first get into the game. Yeah, player difficulty set to 8. So we will be fine. And she's getting decent defense off of this. Worth noting, Arctic Furs is one of like the really good ones to upgrade. As far as things where you're actually building defense. Because generally speaking, whenever you're doing set item upgrades in Diablo 2, I think a lot of people forget that a lot of the set items do not have % modifiers, so raising that base item does not help much. That is kind of an important thing to remember, sadly. That kind of goes under the radar. And yeah, we are way overpowered. Is that going to... No, that can't be a 4-socket. It's a 3-socket. Yeah, I'm probably not going to use the 4-socket stuff until we get to Nightmare. Then I can, like, remotely justify it. I might end up using the... Ooh, another Orb of Infusion. Sweet. I might end up using the Phase Blade eventually. And just making something out of that. Because we do actually have a decent amount of runes. It's not something we are lacking from the Necromancer run. Obviously, if we continue playing through on Players 8 with the Paladin, we're going to end up with a lot more. I was kind of hoping this would be the waypoint, but it is not. So let's go get ourselves I believe it is the eyeball in here. As far as stats, yeah, let's go ahead and dump all into Vitality. And we're going to just keep going into Holy Fire, max that out first. Base level is 17. We're currently level 27 ourselves. But this is basically going to carry us through the difficulty. Yes, I want to kill him. Composite bow, probably not better than the unique composite bow. Edge composite bow that we have. We also had a unique bow that we were using for a little bit. She couldn't take advantage of it, but I think it was a composite bow as well. We're very composite today. I do wonder why Spinner was down there by himself. That is a bit strange. I keep forgetting to check. We're going to do that right now. Whether the normal difficulty claws actually got plus skills in this or not. It would be nice if they did. I have never understood why they didn't in the vanilla game, other than them trying to restrict possibly certain builds from existing. But we do want to keep an eye out for it. Oh no, poison spinners. Yeah, as long as we don't get hit, we're fine. We have a 75% block, so our chance of getting hit is pretty slim. There's the eye bowl. And yeah, he just didn't spawn with any friends. That is so strange. And yeah, that's a shrine there that we just don't care about. Okay, inventory-wise, we can identify that out here. It's 1 life per hit. What? What? I wonder if that applies to the AoE as well. Ooh. We'll take that instead of the fire resist. Yeah, we still have plenty of fire resist anyway. Oh, that needs to stay out so it can stack. Okay, so on we go. We're starting to see HP 4s. We can actually go ahead and grab that. I wouldn't mind seeing HP 5s. MP 4s, we're never going to have a gun in this, so it doesn't matter there. But you can actually get some pretty decent items even in normal, such as some like item bases for casters and stuff. So I do need to probably keep an eye out for gray items at least. Those could turn us into a machine gun with the sorceress. But now that we have that, I'm going to just keep pushing forward and see if we get a marsh skip or not. I would greatly appreciate a marsh skip. For those of you that don't know, I absolutely hate Great Marsh. Okay, so we got Jade Figurine, we got El Tal. I thought we had actually gotten Jade Figurine earlier whenever I saw that glow drop, but then I remembered, oh, this doesn't do glow on quest drops. It just does them on the orbs. And now is when we're going to start getting a crap ton of freaking gems as well. Look at that. We're still one-shotting stuff on players 8. That is the nice thing about the Holy Fire Paladin. He's actually really strong in vanilla too, in case you're wondering. It will push you through normal difficulty without even like a second thought. Okay, so we're slowly building those up. Sorry if I'm not super chipper. I'm just still getting that whole waking up is hard to do situation. And the helm I believe we've seen before. I'm not positive. We are going to keep it. The gloves, What are you using? Attack rating, dexterity, cold and fire resist versus poison and lightning resist. I think poison and lightning is better and has more attack rating. So, yay. Let's go ahead and load those in. Drink those to get them out of the way. We don't really need an inventory full of that kind of stuff. And those aren't going to sell for a lot of money anyway, so it doesn't matter. Now, as far as where the path to the next area is going to be, we don't know yet. Because this is all still sitting within the rectangle that is Spider Force. We're just looking for a branch off. There is a spot down at the bottom where we could have had a branch off to the south. Chances of us having it that early is pretty slim. It's possible. It's just really, really freaking slim. And I am loving this rune word. Is it the best thing ever? No. But it just gives that little bit of extra damage onto our weapon. That makes it semi-useful. Ooh, a rare jewel. Thank you. No, you. I was actually reading Reddit the other... Well, yesterday, technically. It still would have been the other day, but the other day being yesterday. A little bit easier to say it one way than the other. But yeah, I was reading Reddit yesterday and someone was wondering about how much magic find you need. You don't need much. And that's Flayer Jungle. We did get a freaking skip. Awesome. That is always welcome. That means that chances are, since this is Flayer Jungle, that Black Marsh is actually going to be off the southern side of the map. Just because of the positioning. Because they're the same size. Each of these zones is about the same size. So what happens is you'll end up in a situation where we have another 4 up there as well. Hey, Adam, how's it going? In this game, it even lists how much the magic find will do. Yeah, it shows the percents and stuff like that. You can kind of mess with stuff like that. But the thing is, for most enemies, you're either talking, it's already so high that you only need like 100 or 200 magic, 100% magic find to actually have a decent result, or yeah, in the mod it has one here that shows you this kind of stuff. But this is the impact on their base drop rate. So what happens, I'm going to go ahead and murder this guy because he's going to get irritating. But what happens is people are like, oh, it's impacting it massively. It's really going to not impact it massively because your base drop chances, due to the various factors, is like 1%. So you're changing 1% to a 3% with 200%, which is a massive improvement. But the more you get, the less of an impact it's going to have, first of all. Except for on blues. And whenever you're talking just like the normal enemies, those chances are super low. So you're making a big improvement to a very tiny number. Whereas if you're talking about like act bosses and stuff like that, where most people will be farming uniques, and in base you're talking about unique enemies as well, uniques and champions. On those, their chances are already high because they are guaranteed magic or better, just due to how they're set up. So 250% is more than enough for 99% of what you're doing in the game. Getting these like 1200% rates isn't going to really do much for most people and how they play. That is 2 energy, 14.7. I don't think any of these... no. I'll just sell those. We can possibly use them as fodder later. I want more freaking orbs. I want an orb percent chance drop, but that would be really kind of awkward to try and design, I think. Yeah, we could re-roll 3 charms into 1. These are all low-level charms, and I would not be surprised if the formula bases it off the charms or your character level. Usually the 3 into 1s are based on character level, but if they base it like the other crafting recipes, things like, say, for example, blood gloves and stuff like that, it'd be based on item and your level, item level, and a few other things. Yeah. And we are technically way over leveled because we've been playing on Players 8 so much. Now the question is, do I play risky? How risky do I play? Technically, I don't think it's actually that high of a risk. But I'm going to go ahead and just put a portal here, and I'm going to go get the waypoint. Just for the sake of personal sanity. Oh, hi. Oh, now my brain is going to be in super revive mode. Oh, hi. Well, hello. For those of you wondering, super revive is basically MOBA slash battle arena kind of thing. It's a bit odd. It's not something I would have normally played, except Gablin and another friend invited me to play. I was like, sure. And I only play it with them because I know I will get toxic if I start playing that to be actually competitive. Played on players 8 through normal and somehow have a character at level 50 when you entered Nightmare. The mobs in normal Act 5 seem to be level 40 plus. The mobs in Act 5 are generally disproportionately leveled. Just in general. That is not abnormal. That it's actually that way in vanilla Diablo 2 as well. It's mostly just there so you can get up to level for what they determined they wanted you to be at for the Nightmare. When the tick damage is doing most of the work as well. Jeez. I do keep forgetting that we have bloody Holy Shock as well. And we also have Thorns, but Thorns not mattering very much. Players 8, which I'm trying to remember the last time I did Players 8 normal. I think it was 45 to 50. If you bother killing most things. If you don't bother killing most things, or if you just kind of like ignore annoying enemies, you could get there in the mid 30s. I know the default, this is an odd thing, for a character's spawn in Act 5, which, yes, you can do. It's a dash Act 5 on launch options. But for that is level 33. That is like the expected level for you to reach Act 5 at. I am killing unnecessary things. Like I shouldn't be going out of my way to moiterize these guys. They're not really worth it. Especially since I think tick damage kills them in 4. It's not what I wanted to pick up, but thank you, game. Another one of those. Why are we getting the exact same charm multiple times? Yes, I'm just going to organize this real quick. There we go. I didn't say you didn't kill things. It's just different ways of playing. I know on Poison Javazons, I usually end up in the 40s, and I play pretty much constantly Players 8 whenever I do those. This Paladin, although going through with this guy, I might end up with a different level than I'm expecting. Right now, we are about where I'd be expecting to be. This is a heads up. Now, if we have to go all the way to freaking Lower Kurast to get our waypoint, I'm going to. I don't ever come back to the forest areas unless I'm rushing somebody. And that's because I don't have things set up to do bugged rushes or anything like that. I don't have the characters waiting to transition. I do think we might end up in Lower Carras before we find the waypoint here. Is generally the direction I'm going to be taking is I go east. If I see some of the little totems outside their little branches, I will go in. And this splash damage is busted. I can only imagine what a higher level one would be like. So, yeah, we're going to end up getting Lower Carras waypoint first. That's fine. I just need to remember to go back and use the portal. Back here. Just charge at him. Get rid of the bastards. All the little shooty boys. Oh, this is probably the waypoint. It does feel like we might be getting a little bit more XP. Just a little bit, not a lot, because usually this place is normally 2 to 3 levels. Just by going through the above ground. Yeah, they could have changed the XP values. They've changed a lot of other things. Okay, skill-wise, another point in Holy Fire. We're actually 1 level from maxing that out, thankfully. And I will go with more Vitality. We could go for block rate. In a pinch, we already have max block. With that, is how I'm viewing it. This magic ring does me no good. It probably doesn't do me any good either. Faster cast. Attack rating's nice on it, though. Magic damage and 8% magic find. That's basically slightly better than a Mantled. Although Mantled has flat damage reduction, so that can be a little bit better. For attack rating, I think we'll take it over the Peace Ring, even though the Peace Ring does a little bit for us.
Stay a while and listen.
Garbage, garbage. So everything on the left gets sold. As far as our current level, we need a few more levels to actually get access to anything else for us. I think the next one, yeah, 31's our next upgrade for items. Okay, everything on the left gets sold. Everything in here gets stacked up. That gets sold. That gets kept. Because rare jewels, if we need them, we really need them. Extra gold. I think we still have not hit the 40. Oh yeah, because we have a bunch of grand charms that still need to have stuff done with them. That'll come through eventually. Jewels? For crafting, I meant. Oh, let's see. Do I want to bother keeping the poison ones? I'm going to keep the poison ones for now. Probably not going to be good enough for me to use later. Weapon fire damage is going to get sold. We'll sell the extra magic find ones because we already have a few. This one's actually not bad. We're just going for some magic find. I say right after talking about how stacking magic find just generally isn't worth it. Unless you were going for something very, very specific. When did we get a roll? I am mildly annoyed that we just keep skipping over Neff. Oh yeah, I have to... Yeah. 10 out of 100. We might need to start using those. But yeah, rare for crafting. Because I seem to remember mention of there being ones that require rare jewels. Okay, so you all go in there, and this is why I like the newer gems, because you can just have however many you want. I do wonder how many lines of the tables that is for. Okay. It goes in there, that goes over there, this gets turned in. Keep that. Higher upgrades use rare jewels and orb of infusion. Okay. So we do want to be keeping the orbs of infusion. Sell garbage. Be on our way. Oh, yeah. Almost forgot. Mashif. He's a collector.
Well, praise. Yes.
But yeah, so due to our level, we can't get white items here, so we'll never see 3 socket from them. There are some base items, if you rush here, you can get some use out of by getting here soon enough that you are low enough level that'll give you open socket items.
Damn it. Greetings. From the...
One bird's golden ash hole is no different than another's. Oh, and we should talk to Ashira to get rid of that other one. Can we use for increased attack speed on weapons? Are there any damage plus upgrades? I would love, absolutely love, something like Grief's damage plus for upgrades to weapons, not just put in there. Soul, if I remember correctly, doesn't function like that. But anyway, we've got to go find ourselves some stuff down in the Flayer jungle. Yes. Oh, and for some reason this conversation popped up in my head. I didn't participate in the conversation, but someone was actually annoyed at people using southern accents. Oh, Jesus, I did not mean to click on you. Using southern accents because they just naturally have one, which is fine. I technically have one. I slip in and out of the various accents I've grown up with, depending on how tired and day of the week, pretty much. So, yeah. But I do find it interesting that there is... people do have issue with people swapping accents. Because a lot of the times, and I know other people that do this, accent swaps are not always conscious. For those of you that are curious. Especially for people who have lived in a variety of locations in an area that uses the same language. So you have like regional dialects. If you move around to places that have a lot of different dialects, you will often, especially if you have any kind of like masking tendencies, eventually start adopting those accents as not necessarily as your own, but as something that is just natural for you to pursue kind of situation. You die, you little bastard. Stop running away from me. Thank you. It's not always a conscious decision on people to swap accents. Like, if I've been hanging around Gablin a lot, I will have a tendency to sometimes slip into, not necessarily a Gablin accent, but I will actually, for some reason, accidentally slip into using British accents more for characters. And it's usually my crappy Americanized British accent, but for some reason it just sets my brain into that state, and I don't know why. It's not even a conscious decision. I haven't had people have problems with me on that. I just remembered seeing that conversation come up. I was like, that's a very... I mean, I understand the take because it's obviously... A lot of times people do it, they are literally just mocking the southern accent to indicate that a character is, I'm dumb, kind of situation. And why I went into a weird goofy, I don't know. But that's generally where my brain goes whenever I'm trying to think of a character is dense. Let's give it a yuck. But yeah. Everything like that is kind of complicated. That is the kind of stuff that I randomly think about day in, day out. While I am doing other things, that kind of stuff always pops into the back of my mind. About, how does that opinion form? How is it applicable? How are accidental and purposeful incarnations of it reached? Etc. Oh, short battle bow. I think we've seen that one before. Willow string. Teeth when struck. Life stolen per hit. We already have life steal on this. I think this is going to be less damage.
I'll put that to good use.
It's more physical damage, less total damage.
I'll put that to good use.
I don't know if I'll use it or not. And I forget what this layout is like. This is one of the weird floors for third. The majority of them are run the full lap floors. This one is specific pathing. I want to say it's over here in the bottom left, but I could be misremembering. And I am. I'm glad I came here, though. Orb of Infusion? Yes, please. Why are we getting so many of those, besides just the player count? Yeah, it's going to be there. But yeah, this is one of those that I don't run into very often, so my brain just doesn't process it. The most common ones are literally you just run the lap, or you teleport to the center kind of thing, or you teleport to a specific corner. There's the brain. Let's take the kite shield, and out we go, and we just go into lower caress now. Sorry. Go ahead and identify it for me, you weird old man. And yes, I am feeling compelled to actually stack these each time we come to town. Otherwise, I'm just going to end up with an inventory full of frickin' runes. That's actual garbage. That I'm gonna keep. I should probably keep a set of Magic Find Charms just because, but I don't really have time to do much magic finding these days. Like, today's planned video for the main channel is being delayed till tomorrow because I did not have the mental bandwidth to finish it up last night. Last night being 4.5 hours ago, 5 hours ago. I forget whenever I finally gave up on it. It was around that time. It was after midnight, and it's currently 7:30 in the morning. And it was significantly after midnight. So sometime between 6.5 and 5.5 hours ago. But yeah, Dungeon Siege is the next review. After that, it's probably going to be Clair Obscur. Yes, I know that's out of order. And then probably Final Fantasy Tactics. No guarantee on that next one. I have a list of ones that I have completed the footage of, and I'm trying to clear up my hard drive. So I might go after ones that are taking up more hard drive space. Magic Jewel and Topaz. Just do that to all your existing gear and stack a reasonable amount of Magic Find. Yeah. I mean, that's standard Magic Find, like low-end Magic Find gear. I can make some decent stuff. Because I have more than enough gems to make those freaking topazes out of. And yeah, I am selling magic jewels because we have a massive stash of them already. Not that I have anything in particular against them, it's just we have a lot. I am not going to bother with the Hoppy Boys. The Hoppy Boys are irritating. Now, as far as what waypoints we really want in here, probably Kurast Bazaar in normal. We don't really care about lower Kurast until, I would have to say, Hell difficulty, because that's whenever you can start getting like up to bear runes and stuff like that from it. But you'll charge the hoppers. I mean, that's not a bad idea. They don't do any damage, so I just don't care about them. I know that's kind of sad, but it's just, Well, we got the waypoint at least. Unfortunately, it also means we went the wrong direction for the exit. Because all we have left in this act is Sewers, Travancore, get our stat points, and then Mephisto. It is a fairly straight line. I do need to be picking these up a little bit. Because I have been not interacting with Kane probably as much as I should. Oh, you guys can just bugger off as well. I like the apes mostly as far as enemies here. Of course, the Zakarum, if you can kill them fast enough, are pretty good. The swarms are fine. I just am not a huge fan of chasing down things like the vultures and the hoppers. That also might be why my levels are slightly different. I should probably clip some of my rants, by the way, so I can just make videos on them on one of the side channels. I have side channels that I don't link to my gaming stuff, by the way. Kudos to people who have found them, but I'm not sure if there's much overlap in people who have found them and the main channel. The only side channels I link to the main channel are my gaming side channels. Of course, the gaming stuff does get most of my attention. The rest of it is kind of like the PBS of content. Made possible by viewers like you because it's helpful for you. Rather than, you know, we're exploring new things. And also, the side channels are not as consistent. Which is saying something because other than streaming on a regular schedule nowadays, I am not super consistent with releases. And I apologize for that. It's not my intent to be inconsistent, but it do happen. There's our sewers. We'll do those after we find the waypoint up here. What the fuck was that noise? People be loud lately. Yeah, it's people slamming car doors. And the way I know it's slamming and not just opening and closing is the volume. Because that had to have been loud enough to cross about... Considering who I think it was, that would have to go through technically 2 walls. Although the noise is probably coming through the window, which is closed. And it would have to go 6, 12, 18, 24. Let's see. About 60 to 80 feet. To reach that window. And you'd have to be doing it over the sound of my earbud, which is in the ear facing that window. Go and grab the Raw rune. Pick up our little bits of gold. There's Lamessims. Okay. Gauntlet identification. Is it good? It is not. Jewel. Is it good? It is not. Charm. And we'll take it. I can always use resist charms later whenever we go into hell. I know that's kind of a weak excuse for them, but when you need resist, you need resists. That said, we have the resist shield. Yeah, we're currently at a point where we would still be negative fire and poison. We'd be negative cold. We'd be positive lightning. And I do love that hover over. No. Raider mummies. Okay, stat-wise, a little bit more vitality. We will be investing in Dex again soon. We still have a fairly decent chance of hitting right now, though. I never grabbed that. Might as well grab it now. The gold chest in here, it's not terribly difficult to find. It's just I always don't bother with it. This one, I don't think it's going to be a center, but it very well could be. Judging by the layout, there's a high chance of it. And yes, we can stack shrines, by the way. For those of you that were panicking, oh, you wasted your XP shrine. No. I think you can stack up to 3. This is not the right way. But we can get to the other side through it. Yeah, what happens with the generation of the sewers is you end up with polyps off the square. And that is going to be your various locations where it can spawn. That little zigzag up there was one of the polyps you can get. There's the Gloombat one that had... Oh, two-handed sword. Sweet. That's probably a familiar one if I had to take a wild guess. This is another polyp. Yeah, it's just basically little growths off the square are where it can be, and it can grow into the center of it as well. So that's why usually I'll do a skim around the edge first, and then I'll go into the center. Usually bottom center. Because I would much rather find it on the outside edge. For my own sanity's sake. Although this one is really forcing me into that little central area there, which is mildly irritating. We're going to check it. Why am I not hitting things? One fun thing that happens with melee builds, by the way. This is not it. But yeah, one fun thing that happens with melee builds is you'll end up in situations where you're standing just outside the range of your weapon and it will just keep swinging. That happens in a few games, not just this one, oddly enough. That kept happening in freaking Pillars of Eternity. That was pissing me off. Where they'd walk up and waste all their AP swinging out of range in turn-based mode. It's like, come on. Come on. Are we going to get to level... we're probably... If I had to take a wild guess what level we're going to end up at, I'm going to guess probably 47 by the end of normal. I know that's oddly specific, but... And no, we didn't get a central one, I don't think. There is one spot where it could be, which is right here. But I think that's going to be closed off. Yeah, that's closed off. Yeah, there's... I'm trying to remember how many spawn points. I think there's like 2 for each side or something like that. And a lot of them will end up with just duds in them. I don't remember the specifics. And then there's the actual center ones, which I think is 4 total polyps. I probably should stop calling them polyps, but it's where my brain goes with random growths. Okay, so that's not it. I need to go across, and I believe... Oh, we have to go around. Yay! That is the only thing I don't like about charge. It's expensive as hell. Are we looking on potions? Not too bad, actually. Another poison. Deathlust is one that I was not expecting. Die, you fool. That is one we haven't seen before. Crushing Blow, Deadly Strike, Skeleton Mastery. Very strange. But yeah, we'll go ahead and grab this here nonsense. And then it's really just a... We don't have any more randomization as far as pathing until Act 5. Well, we have Durance, but that's literally just follow the wall in normal. You want your Necromancer cosplay as Skeleton King? I mean, there are a few opportunities for that. In even base Diablo 2, because you have the crown. Although, the main necro weapon, if you're going for like big two-handers in vanilla, is going to be the War Scythe. Well, let's go ahead and get the heart. I still, in the deepest part of my soul, hate that it's not the brain in here. Because then your brain can be in the gutter. That's... If you can't go for the stupid pun... I swear to Gouda. Yeah, he uses a two-handed longsword. Leoric.
Greetings.
Let's see. Lightning damage and lightning resist. We're just going to keep those for now. I'm probably going to end up just scrapping them. They're not exactly important items, but... That is actually... These are actually good jewels to have so you don't have to waste hell runes. Okay, those can go in now. Drink that. This goes into that pile. Drop Lamesums off for 5 more stat points. We're going to put those into dexterity for block.
May the Black Book deliver us from evil.
Yay, 68% with a tower shield. 75% with this. Although we actually have pretty decent defense for this difficulty. It's not for long term. Long term, you need a lot more. I really am tempted to sell that resist charm, but I might need it later. Depends on how everything's set up. Yeah, we're not 31 yet. We are 20. Oh, no, we're 30. One more level, and we can actually use the resist amulet. Yay! I love resist amulet. I'm still, deep in my soul, viscerally upset that the Necromancer doesn't have scythe skills in D2. The advertising was literally there for it. In the promotion material, he was using a scythe with teeth. I know that's pretty much why they gave the Necro so many scythe powers in Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. But Diablo 2 lacking them still makes me sad. Because that was like the badass screenshot of the bunch. Okay, so the exit is going to be top corner. Might as well beeline for it. Because, yeah, it's always going to be the opposite corner of the entrance to the Caress Bazaar. Should I get an Act 3 mercenary and just run with that? We could. Funnily enough. It would not be a terrible idea to run an enchant mercenary. Which would just be, but we would have to kind of dig up specific gear for them. They would probably inherit the shield that we're using if we get another or something better. Which I think we might actually have something better. I just didn't transfer it over because I didn't feel like digging through stuff. Because we did find some unique shields. I'm not going to stand there and let them just tick die. You didn't even get a chance to curse me, little dude. Such sadness. Much wow. The noises were very accentuated there for me. When they die, they let out a little bit of a death howl. Ooh, noise. I rarely ever actually notice it, because usually there's so much other noise going on. I just don't know why it was so accentuated in my brain. We'll grab you. Yeah, we shouldn't have... We might have a little bit of trouble with the Travancore. I'm not entirely certain yet. I don't think we will. There is a possibility. Let's put it that way. Those are actually fun areas to go in Hell too. They're 83 and... I think the one's 83 and one's 85, but I don't remember for certain. It might be 83 and 84. Second combat shrine. I do wonder if they stack, because you can have more than... They probably don't. It's probably treated like auras or curses. Kill the High Council. Bring the High Council low. Mercenary might die here. We'll see.
The temple shall shine anew with the light.
Hey, stop standing next to the door so you can stop getting shot by the fireballs. Thank you. Thank you. Please do not do things such as these. Alim's will. Bom, bom, bom. Boots? They meant for walking. Is walking what they'll do? We got 3 resists on it, not all 4. That is better for her, though.
Good use.
Yes, it's less into the individual resist, but having more variety of resists on her works because she gets base resist boosts. Oh, wait. Yeah, it only has 3. It has poison, lightning. It only has 2. It's poison and lightning. Did not notice the scaling one was poison. So fire, lightning, or poison, lightning. I think we are going up against Diablo soon, so these might be better. Against defense, lightning resist, poison resist, half freeze duration, poison length reduction. I think poison length reduction is pretty important, though.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
I'll think on it. We still have crap on our swap, by the way, that I keep forgetting to take off. If you're wondering how I usually manage Holy Shield, by the way, besides getting really good layouts here, is usually what I'll do is I'll have my weapon swap, have plus skills and stuff like that, do the Holy Shield, and then swap back. That way I don't even necessarily need it on a hotkey. Time to follow the wall until we find the waypoint. Now, one thing I have been considering doing, I saw a speed run of Expedition 33 last night. I think I could do that. The thing that I would probably have the most difficulty doing as far as an Expedition 33 speed run would probably be the platforming involved in it for out-of-bounds tricks. Of course, I could always just do glitchless speedrun, which is a distinct possibility. I don't know if they track that, though. Okay, this is not going to be it, but we're going to go ahead and kill the guys in here anyway for XP. Because we have high resists, and frankly, the zombies are never a threat. It's almost always only the fire boys if you have crap resists, and the whatchamacallits. Explodey bone guys, the fetishes. Why I'm calling them whatchamacallits, I don't know. My brain just, it doesn't work these days. It functions, my brain is essentially on life support of caffeine and cynicism. I think not the healthiest mindset, I guess, but hey, as long as it keeps going. Oh, lordy. Oh, we got a unique mall. Is it going to be the one I want or a new one? It is a new one. Melee mastery, increased attack speed. Doesn't have crushing blow, but it has monsters rest in peace, which itself is not bad. Popping my wrist, popping my elbow, popping him in the face. Whole batch of you, nice. Do we keep it on players 8 for Mephisto? Sure, why not? I don't think it's gonna be a problem. That entire section over there was useless. There's our stairs, and watch our waypoint just be like right here. Oh, yeah, it is. So if we want to farm normal Mephisto, we actually have one of the perfect maps for it. That is about as close as you can get. There is one setup that can put you slightly closer. But you wouldn't be re-rolling maps to get it versus this one. Stat-wise, more dex. And this is our last point into Holy Fire. Oh, wait, no, we can go up to 25. Doip. We can actually get a stronger Holy Fire Din. Okay. Okay, so we should have all of them chilling over here. I want them on me rather than my mercenary, so if they can come up and start, like, whacking me with melee, I would greatly appreciate it. That way I can get full value from my zeal. I see you there, Voidbringer.
Lord of hatred shall darken the world no longer.
Just tanking players 8 Mephisto. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. I am surprised they didn't give Splash a larger radius whenever you upgrade the charm. Not eerie music. Oh, let's see. So I can see chat. I just put my water bottle like right in front of chat. I apologize. That is Mana Steel, which is actually kind of useful for us. It says more attack rating. We'll just give it to her for now. Okay, Kane, identify our garbage. We got Zen Killer, which is sacrifice, enhanced weapon damage, poison skill damage, slows target, fire resistance, and 2 sock hits. That's early poison dagger for you. And there's Sanders. You were mentioning trying to get Sanders. Lord, I'm going to steal a little piece of my jerky real quick. It'll make me regret life. Because I had a bit too much whenever it arrived. And it chews back so much that it actually makes my jaw sore. So I only do small bits now. Let's see. Attack rating, no. Claws can go. The boots can go. I'll get rid of them. That skull needs to be thrown in with the other gems. 62. I think we can just deposit that. We don't need to be carrying a ton of gold on us. Okay, time to do the rest of the quests.
Stay a while and listen.
This act, thankfully, is literally just a straight walk, because they only half finished it. Thank you, Vivendi. And yes, I will forever blame Vivendi for it. Although I don't think actually... I'm not sure if Vivendi was the one who owned them at the time. I know Vivendi's the one that closed Blizzard North. So they deserve any shame and thank you Vivendis that we have. Of course, if they hadn't closed it, we wouldn't have gotten stuff like Guild Wars. We wouldn't have gotten Hellgate London. We wouldn't have gotten a lot of that stuff. There's actually a kind of flow with that kind of stuff where companies just start gutting their studios and it gets rid of the teams that And yes, it is a team effort to make a great video game, unless you are a solo dev indie. And even then, it's usually a team effort. It's just some of the people you paid for assets and stuff like that don't get credited as much. But yeah, usually it's a perfect storm that gets you that legendary game. You do need to... So as they start trimming these down and you start losing pieces of that team, your games start to kind of shift towards a direction that is based on who's left. So some things will start missing input because guess what? Fred from the janitorial staff was the reason they came up with that really cool idea. Although I don't think that the janitorial staff really has that much influence on it. But you get the idea. It's not always the headliners that do all of the creative labor. Sometimes it is accidents, sometimes it is some person who's just fresh off the hiring wheel. So it is hard to determine where the talent actually lies. So them trimming huge swaths of the company, usually not the best of ideas unless you are very aware of what you're doing or you actually need to trim it for actual financial reasons, not boosting your quarterly profits, which happens a lot. You'd be surprised how often companies do a bunch of layoffs and stuff like that, not for the fact that, oh, we're losing money. No, we're doing it because, well, we want to look better on the books for the quarter, which is definitely symptomatic of a shift in business philosophies, especially in the US, but globally as well. A lot of companies are out there just trying to either specifically appease short-term interest from shareholders. We're gonna have gloams, yep. I knew as soon as I walked through that door, we were getting gloams. Yeah, everything's just all this short-term profits, quarters have to look pretty, pieces of paper, rather than, okay, we can take a loss for a few quarters. The only ones that can really get away with, oh, I can take a loss for a few quarters, are certain larger companies and independent companies that don't have to answer to shareholders. Okay, so there's Izzy. I'm gonna come rescue you. There you go. Come on. Summon, thank you. Tyrael was a fool to have trusted me.
So holy, while so far from righteousness.
Was he really a fool to have trusted you? How far out is your explosion, by the way? And yeah, I'm not actually worried about gloams right now in normal. If we got this layout in hell difficulty, yes, we would probably be getting our teeth kicked in. Stat-wise, do we need... Yeah, we need more decks. We're going to need quite a bit of decks in general because we're going to be using a phase blade eventually. 22. And yes, we can get bases higher for synergies as well because of that. Now, should I play smart and just go along the edge? Probably, because I don't particularly like gloams, even whenever I have tons of resists against them. Resists. There we go. I could speak at it today. I don't think it's going to be on this side, but we should still check. I think it's probably going to be on the left-hand side. But I could be wrong. It's possible for it to be on any of the exposed sides. Exposed side being side where the original stairs were not. Okay. Welcome to the tube side. Team red, team purple, either is fine. As long as you are having a good time. And yeah, also worth noting, Twitch has been having ingest issues the past, geez, like 3 days. Oh, and it is on the bottom side, sweet. But yeah, Twitch has been having ingest issues the past few days. In some regions, I didn't think it was in my region, but they very well could be. And that could also just be the entire CDN in the area is having issues. I know East Coast US was having a lot of issues 2 days ago, specifically. Because someone I was watching over there was having problems. And even just a day ago, one person I watch had some issues, and they're on East Coast too. So they might be going through the same ingest. Personally, I go through... Usually I'm either going through Washington or Dallas for ingests. Yes, it varies. Which, yes, I know those are very far apart, but... It's just whatever works the best at a given time. Do I bother with the forge? There's no downside to it. And also, the chat on Twitch tends to get real finicky whenever they have ingest issues. I don't know why there's a link to that, but... If I'm watching anybody who's on the East Coast, I will end up getting disconnected from East Coast US, for those that are curious. Who's on the East Coast. Lately I have been getting issues where it'll refresh the chat. It doesn't happen whenever I'm watching people who are on the West Coast, weirdly enough. Which is very, very strange, but it just means it's probably distributed that way too. Even though Twitch chat is actually an IRC system. So yes, you can actually make a bot, just an IRC bot, and run it through it. But lurkers make both platforms go round. You're having issues where the video just froze? I could check if it might have like auto popped me over to an East Coast one. Yeah, I haven't had any dropped frames on the... Unfortunately, due to how I do multi-streaming, I can only see dropped frames to YouTube. Twitch shows me my bitrate and my FPS, but I don't get an actual detail on drop frames. So I can actually stream properly to YouTube without having to go through like an hour and a half of setup every day. It's not really an hour and a half, it's about 7 minutes, but without having to go through all that and changing a bunch of settings, I give up that kind of analytical data to Twitch, which sucks. I can still see which one I'm going through, but I have to open up a different window for that. And I do that whenever I'm having problems or whenever I know there's issues going on. If I want to connect to a different server, I can manually put in which ingest server I go with. I still find the methods that Twitch has gone through to be slightly disappointing. They are absolutely going the route of we give up to YouTube with a lot of their stuff. If they would have gone with actually trying to compete on the video front, I think they would have had a better long-term result than this harsh cutoff that they've done. That's coming up. I've actually got my channel squared away for it, but their speedrunners are going to be hit hard by it, especially speedrun.com, where you have people who do a bunch of runs and then they just drop out of the speedrun scene. But yeah, if you're having issues on one platform, never feel bad about going to the other one. I do not segregate. I do not discriminate. There we go. That's the right word. Alzorath can brain. But yeah, I don't discriminate based on platform. That's one reason why I'm trying to come up with a way to do a proper channel point thing over on YouTube. Currently, it's not super easy, and it's slightly gameable, because it's just based on how many messages you send. So the more active in chat, the more points you get over on YouTube. I don't have a way of displaying it, because that would be frankly impossible. Twitch losing money... Yes and no. It kind of like the thing about YouTube losing money. I think if Twitch would have gone to a persistent video platform approach, where yes, streaming is still like the bread and butter and the focus, if they would have tried to compete on persistent videos, just even, I want to say 2 years back, instead of trying to cut everything off now, they would have been in a better position. Because persistent videos, if you can find a way to let people surface those, and you have it on a non... Like, yes, there's always been, like, some weird issues with, oh, Twitch has a bunch of porn on it kind of situations, where it's literally just people flaunting their bodies or exercising in front of a camera. And yes, there are male ones for that too. But people just like flaunting that kind of stuff. Mainly is the hosting fee. YouTube seems to be losing money looking at how hard... Nope, YouTube's not losing money, funnily enough. They are trying to increase just revenue, maximize profits. They've been wanting people to push YouTube Premium for a few years now. It's kind of weird to explain. Let's go ahead and identify this, see if it's any good. Nova Spine. It's not bad. Yeah, they've been doing some premium pushes for quite a while now. And generally speaking, as far as how profitable it is for YouTubers, revenue from premium on a per user basis, and this is the same on Twitch, is significantly more. Twitch, to be competitive, they've already let one ship sail, the persistent video aspect. Even if they went back on it, they can't be trusted, so people are not going to focus on setting up highly edited upload kind of content for it. It's a ship that has sailed. It would take a lot to earn back trust. But, yeah, let's go ahead and keep going, Dex. As far as their way to earn money on Twitch, I really, really wish they would push Turbo a little smarter. They have the button. That's it. But if they actually did a proper thing with Turbo, that would be overall better for both the viewers and creators and everyone involved. It'd even be more profitable for Twitch if they properly marketed it. But they don't. They just leave it up there and focus on subs. They do increase sub prices to try and push people to that, but that's not what it comes across from as a viewer. But no, YouTube's been profitable for at least a few years now. It was profitable before COVID. And I probably shouldn't mention it by name, but yeah. It was profitable before that. And it's definitely profitable now. It's just they want more profit. And really, premium, as far as the viewing experience on YouTube, if you are not using an ad blocker, premium is the best deal. Because as far as revenue goes on a per viewer basis, it is significantly higher than ads. Like, you could watch... I'm trying to remember how much it comes out to. There is a way to break it down. But yeah, it's all over the place. I'd have to like break out my notes and crunch numbers and stuff like that to give you exact amounts. But needless to say, if you go premium, it's great. I do wish... I know that... Sorry. There we go. I know that YouTube's never going to do it. I wish that YouTube would give us the opportunity, like, if someone's a channel member, let me turn off ads for them. They'll never do that. Which disincentivizes channel memberships, which is one reason why Twitch subs are better than channel memberships. Because you have more control over that specific reward. But yeah, I'm just talking off the cuff right now, so. Let's see. Get you to identify stuff. Get ourselves the skill points. We can put it into Holy Fire. Okay. So now we have Holy Fire doing a crap ton of damage. It's maxed out. We want to sell that, I think. I think that's why we're holding on to it. That is better. So you go off and that goes there. Look at all those freaking runes. Okay, faster hit recovery. It's going to go on the ground for now. This goes in there. Now we stack up all the bloody runes. Yeah, I don't... I know I always end up going into the weeds on the YouTube and Twitch stuff. I don't necessarily think I always should. But it is something that I have hyper-focused on from time to time. It's something that I love kind of like researching into. Yes, my memory is imperfect, and I will misquote things whenever I'm talking off the cuff on a stream, but if I have notes in front of me from stuff that I've done, I can actually discuss some pretty interesting stuff. How's the player base on this mod versus PD2? This mod is single player. I probably will not be playing the PD2 season. Unfortunately. Yeah, this is a D2R mod, so it's only available single player. But I enjoy the mod, so take that with whatever grain of salt you wish. I find it interesting. Normal is a bit easier than it was in vanilla. Nightmare is still a lot of fun. Hell is spongy a bit, is my only complaint with it. Not exactly harder per se, it's just the things that you're actually going to be dealing with just have more durability. Probably should have kept the... Oh, no, it's a large. Never mind. But yeah, magic items are more interesting. Rares are more interesting. Has more uniques and sets. Pretty much, it is D2R meets PD2 kind of situation. Different items, of course. You have corruptions and stuff. Let's see if we can find the screen. Yeah, there it is. You have like Orb of Corruption, Conversion, Assemblage, Infusion that allow you to upgrade various things. You have new crafting recipes, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm just going through this chill. If I were going to min-max, there's probably a lot more that I could do. I'm just not terribly interested in min-maxing right now. I just got done with the harrowing experience that is Expedition 33, which 100% recommend. I will shout its praises from the rooftops. I have been playing games for pretty much 40-ish years, and I've been reviewing games or doing game coverage at the very least for over a decade. Reviews I've only been doing for about 3 years? 3 years. As far as consistently doing them, not just trying to get in the groove of doing them. So, yeah, out of the hundreds of games I've properly reviewed and thousands of games I've played, it is actually my favorite still. Even after I've let it rest in the back of my mind. We just went the wrong way because I was not paying attention to where I was walking. But how's it going, Chef? And sorry if there's currently Twitch ingest issues. I am noticing that it's not hitting reds, so it's not saying that it's actually dropping stuff, but Twitch is actually having just a regular down spike on its graph. I can't see drop frames to it because my drop frames are marked for YouTube. Just because of how I have to prioritize which one's the side stream from OBS. Both have same quality video, same quality everything. When I do an overlay, I will probably... I don't know. I'll probably develop the Twitch one first. But I will be working on a way to give YouTube something similar. I have thought about co-streaming to them and having just YouTube chat be exclusively to YouTube. But that would involve launching 3 versions of OBS. The stuff that I have planned, which I'm not sure would work out too well. I'm so glad these guys don't have Iron Maiden anymore. And yes, we're on Players 8. And yes, this has splash melee stuff. Pretty much quality of life things have been greatly improved. There's some weird quirks that are necessary just to get it running with D2R due to limitations. Jesus. Listen here, you guys. I know I didn't invest a lot into Vitality, but you can stop. Don't punish me for it. Saw my life going down. I was like, oh, crap. Okay, we'll grab some of the 3s, I guess. You have a 5 over there. There we go. That should be our belt. Relatively full? Yeah. We're saving those poisons for stupid crap. TM. Just for anyone who's curious. I like my stupid crap. And generally speaking, normal Diablo is the hardest of the 3 Diablos. Unless they have fixed his lightning, which I don't think they can. I haven't actually double-checked it. Because we were playing a Summon Necro on the first playthrough. Which does not do well at checking if you can just underhug his lightning. And yes, we get 1 life per... Well, we get 2 life per hit now that we have that extra charm. It's not a lot of leech, but as long as we're attacking fast, we're happy. And yes, weapon durability is way up in this. You don't have to repair every 5 freaking minutes. Stamina is a non-issue unless you get hit by stamina drainers. You can see it has a recovery speed out the wazoo. Okay, stat-wise, more dexterity. There we go. Block is 75 with the shield up. We actually have maxed out our skill there. Think we want to go more zeal. Currently at 5, though. The main reason I'd want to up it is attack rating. I think we're fine without it for now. So, more resist fire. And yes, everything here is resistant to fire. Yeah, we don't even need Holy Shield up just yet to get 75. We will eventually, unfortunately, but by then we'll have enough plus skills that we can get away with it. I think our next upgrade is 35. Could be misremembering. I'm glad to see that Stormcasters are still pretty good whenever it comes to junk drops. If you're wondering what I mean by junk drops, it's going to be potions, scrolls, and runes and gems. Yay, Vidalas. Something we really don't actually care about. You get the shield up because we can. Oh no, he's immune to fire. Whatever will he? Oh. Whatever will we do? He did. We'll go ahead and sub you out for a 5. Yeah, I am actually dumping lower potions for newer potions just so we don't have to stress about it later. And no, this will not work all the way through Nightmare in Hell. It's just not going to be strong enough, so we are going to have to switch to probably a caster setup, if I had to guess. What we're going to do, we're probably going to do something castery with Smite. Smite for just getting that crushing blow on bosses is an early little bit of oomph. We could go straight Zealot. We do have the bases for that. We could do Phased Blade, Zealot of some sort with some crushing blow. We have 3-socket Phased Blades and 4-socket Phased Blades. We do have a decent amount of runes. I don't think we have the runes for things I would really want, but they're there. We could go with an Act 3 Mercenary for Enchant if we wanted better attack rating. Of course, she's actually really good for chance to hit. We'll see it she's not doing it very often right now, but whenever she uses Inner Sight, life becomes significantly easier. Oh yeah, we need to grab gold. Just for incidental repairs, we don't really need it right away. We'll be in our 50s before we can actually use Phase Blade, so I'm not stressing over actually getting those set up right now. So I'll probably look between sessions to see if there's a particular Phase Blade rune word that I want to use. I will favor new ones, by the way. Just to be clear. Even if they're slightly inferior to classic rune words or... well, not classic rune words, LOD rune words, and resurrected rune words. Just because trying new things. And gotta catch 'em all applies to rune words too.
Thank you.
What else are we missing in here? There's an Ith rune. These are all 40s and up, I believe. 40, 40, 40, 40, 50, 60. Once we get that replenished life, we can kind of mix things up a little bit and have some life drain on our stuff, because it'll quickly counteract it. But I do need to be mildly cautious. Now, what he's probably going to do, if I have to take a wild guess, he's going to ice hand me right off the bat. Diablo's ice hand is a pain in the booty. Now, as far as back into the like YouTube depths of things situation, as far as how things work on the different platforms, chat and likes on YouTube generally promote the video further, while on Twitch it's just how many people are watching. Just popping my neck real quick. I've been having old man day. Pop that up and hopefully, cross our fingers, not actually need it. We're doing this on Players 8. Am I gonna regret it? Abso-freaking-lutely. And there is a reason I stood here. Because yes, you can do it on normal, but you have to kind of get up here before he spawns. Otherwise, your character will just walk up to the edge unless you are doing something weird like the alt walks.
I can't carry it. Let Diablo's death end the reign of the three.
Oh, interesting. I mean, it's flat out better than what we had. 20 life, no green on the belt. Got some magic find, though. I mean, that's better than what we're using. Makes us walk slow, but that's not the end of the world. Tankreds is not bad. That's angelic. That's not bad either, with at least the way we're actually stacking up our stuff right now. So what do we want to put in our armor? We're so much slower. This is medium armor, by the way. If I remember correctly, it might be heavy. I'm pretty sure it's medium, though. What do we stick in the hole? I mean, we could put that in. It's not great. It's not awful. Could do runes. What would we actually want in this, folks? We do a crap ton of damage. Some of it is from this. If we take that out, see, it's a significant amount. And most of that is poison, so we're probably not going to use it. IS or damage, yeah. I don't have any IAS jewels. At least not available right now. I could probably get them off of a mule. And we can also do some upgrades. Speaking of which, I think I do still have... I have it open somewhere, the wiki. Not there. Let's go ahead and lurk on you. Yeah, I don't know which window I have it open in. I'll just go to that one and search for it. see. Diablo 2 Reimagined. Gonna be crafting, I believe. Cube recipes. Actually, let's go to... I think we can just do the basics here. Just looking. Those are our armor set, blah, blah, blah. Cube recipe search upgrades, and you can control F and search for items like weapons, boots, etc. Okay. So search for upgrades. Control F, armor. That's upgrading quality. I'm looking for... Let's see. I'm just seeing which ones of these are actually worthwhile doing. Most of them not really high on my list. We could do faster run walk to make up for the loss. Chest, infusion orb, ruby dole rune, magic jewel equals 75 HP and 6 life per kill. Jesus. Some of these get ridiculous. There's plus 6 all resists on it with an I'll have to sit and think about what I actually want to do with this armor. We have 2 sockets to play with. We could get enhanced damage, but that's not really going to be useful for us yet. We're almost leveled up as well. It's going to be a little bit more fire damage. Let's go ahead and load up on all of our keys and crap. But yeah, I'm going to need to go through and just look at it off camera, because I don't want you to have to sit through me humming and hawing over it, even though that is part of the experience of doing this. And Diablo 2's always been a little bit bad about, well, back in the day it was forumification, but wikification of the games, where you have to go look up a lot of stuff online to really get the most out of it. Diablo 2's always been a little bad about that, simply because there's a lot of stuff that's not just readily available unless you go to a website. Back in the day, it was D2.net, Lurker's Lounge, Amazon Basin, stuff like that. Nowadays, it's Wiki. Usually ranges from fandom and Fexture Life, which are absolute ass, to stuff like Wikia and I forget what the other one is that lets you host independent ones. They're usually higher quality because they have less garbage thrown in and are less just shovelware. Okay, so we are 34. We have decent enough armor now. We have a few more levels until we can... That's 43, 49, and 35. We'll probably stick with the Grim Talisman, just for the resists. This is tempting for the attack speed. And in Nightmare, we will probably switch to a caster build. Why? Because why not? Did I pack everything else up? I did not. That's what happens when I go and look things up. I forget to empty my pockets. The hobbits' pockets are full. Okay. We can get more junk jewels. Might as well just throw them in there. That... It's actually tempting to put on her. We lose some attack rating for it. But...
I'll put that to
why
good
not?
use.
Then Angelic Sickle and those, they go in here. We're probably going to end up selling them because I think I have some of them already.
Afternoon.
One-handed weapons I keep 2 of, but that's an entirely different discussion. Okay. Up north we go. Encoding overloaded. It is not overloaded. Bite me, OBS. Think what it's complaining about. Yeah, that's what it's complaining about. I have a render going which could theoretically overload the system, but it's not. What it's complaining about is that I am rendering in the background, so it probably just tried to jump on the same thread for a second. It's stupid as hell. Yeah, it'll just complain about that every now and then. But one thing that is weird is it's actually not using a lot because for some reason, well, I know why it did this. When I started rendering the thing, I started rendering it before the drive had spun up, and it's an external drive. So it's like, oh shit, we have like no bandwidth for this. We're gonna process it at extremely low speeds. It'll fix itself over time. It'll start processing 2 seconds for every 1 second it estimated. Free XP. Look at that XP go. Are we going to get a level up before we get to the top? Probably. Especially if we get good XP shrines like halfway up as well. Definitely get a level up. Yeah, Act 5, usually really good on the XP. Keep on trucking. But yeah, the goal today is to beat Act 5 in normal, and then I'm going to go off and do the rest of the work on the review. If I get it done today, I'll be putting it up on Patreon just as soon as it's done rendering. But if I don't get it done today, it'll be released at the same time as on the YouTube channel. Just ad-free over on the Patreon. As is usual. I have been trying to mix it up where on the Patreon I actually do a few just available ad-free to free members. Because yes, there is a free tier on Patreon. Fun fact. And for the most part, I do make a lot of stuff available just to free members. So you don't have to like dump money into it. Just because it makes it easier to kind of make things available on there. in a setting that I can control a bit more than on YouTube. I still can't control how much they remux it down. They drop it down to 1080p. So you're not getting the 1440p experience, but still a decent quality 1080p is way better than some of the potato tiers they give 1080p on freaking YouTube. I swear, whenever they lowered the bitrate on that, a lot of us were upset. And a lot of people, fun fact, don't even record at 1440p. They just upscale the video to 1440p. That's why you are seeing a little bit more in the way of... It's not blocky artifacting, it's more of a smear. Because it's being upgraded from 1080p to 1440p, which doesn't cause a lot of problems. But if you look closely, you'll have a bit of a fuzz at the end because it's a non-even upscale. If you're going to upscale to 1440p, if you're wanting an even upscale, you need to do 720p to 1440. This is true of any kind of like imagery upscaling. And generally, if you're downscaling, you want to cut it in half evenly. There are ways to fix it. And some video editing software is better at it than others, but whenever you have an uneven pixel, it has to approximate one way or another. This is true of still images as well, and it's not just a video thing. If anything, video moving makes it less apparent, but still an issue. The more you know. And yes, YouTube downscaling stuff will introduce it. Whenever they downscale it from 1440 to 1080. You actually see stuff like that as well. It's just their compression just tends to overwhelm any kind of downscaling like issues, inaccuracies, because then you have all the blockies. Of course, recording D2 always ends up with blockies for me, and I don't know why. Weirdly, I can record things that are much more intensive and not get them. It's for some reason there's just some dark scenes that it just really doesn't like. Should I drop this to players one? Nah, we don't need it. Yes, it's taking more than one hit to kill things, but it's not going to hurt anything. How many lieutenants do you have, you jerk? I need to change that message. I'm also probably eventually going to be working on a chat game. I don't know how well that will work on the YouTube end of things. I'm gonna try it. Mercenary, can you not just stand in the middle of them? Thank you. How many lieutenants do you need? 12,000. I think we got 2 levels going up that. No, we got 3. Okay.
Of your kind, demon.
And I guess we go with... Oh, we only got 2. I just forgot to do my stat points. Okay. So I guess we go with resist fire still. Look at that there damage. Poke it with a stick. Old man move. I'm going to flash the recording while I do old man stretch real quick. Oh, lordy. You gotta do your old man stretches. Always do your old man stretches. Okay. Grab a little bit more jerky before it, because it's just sitting there. doing its thing. Getting to room, well, it's always been room temperature, but it's collecting dust. Which is kind of a nasty thing to think about. Do you like your jerky with a bit of dust? I personally do not. I'm not a fan of dust in my water either, but that happens as well. Whenever I don't drink from it for a bit. Of course, it happens even whenever you do drink from it. Very faint amounts of dust will fall into it. You got skin cells in anything you drink. How does this make you feel? What in tarnations? What in the holy hell do you believe you're doing there, bud? I should actually make a hyper-intelligent, southern-voiced character in one of the TTRPGs. Well, according to the Quantum Flux, you don't gotta give any fucks. Okay, new skills, more on that. Let's get a little bit more life just in case. Oh, we are currently... Why isn't that gold? Usually they're gold when they're maxed out, and I don't know why that one's not gold. I don't do chewing tobacco, but I might as well with how I do jerky. Because I let this jerky sit in my cheek until it's softened, then I chew it. Which is sometimes necessary. Am I going to rescue the guys? God, no. I don't want to have to organize that. There's our second Tancreds. Odontifa? Yeah, second Tancreds is not bad. But yeah, as I said earlier, People's Choice Jerky. Get it. Specifically the hot and spicy beets. I do wish set weapons were better, even in this. A lot of the ones we've come across, yeah, they're neat. Yeah, they probably have fun stuff whenever we stack them with other things. But for the most part, they sadly do not do much. They just don't keep up with even, like, uniques or rune words. I would love to do a full set. I think the only, like, full set that I see people run weapon-wise is stuff like IK or sometimes some really fringe builds with Griswolds. There is... I think the only other one I can think of is maybe Angelic. And even then, that's a very specific build. There's a budget Pandemonium build. Well, Uber's build, depending on what you want to call it. It's the Pandemonium event. But, yeah, there's a budget build that uses it. Not great. Usually it's better to go for other bases. Because it's an attack rating boost. It's something you want to do in very specific circumstances. We get another vertical one. This is the uncommon layout. We got down the Necromancer, too. Yeah, IK is Immortal King, the Barbarian mace set. It's actually a really good set for a Whirlwind Barb if you're not going to be doing any kind of horking or anything like that. If you do horking, then you don't want it because they'll shatter corpses. But yeah, Immortal King is actually probably the best set weapon. You'd think the Druid one would be really good too, but it's more just okay. It's just not set up really well for being scaling with you into the very end of the game. But it's fine. It's good for Nightmare and getting most of the way through Hell. You can beat Hell with the Druid set, but usually if you can get like a Baronars, it's going to be better. As far as like the mid-tier, super cheap to get stuff goes. And I don't know how big the difference in stream delay is between the platforms, oddly enough. I should probably check on that. Looks like it's not too much. Here, I will do a walk to the left, and we'll be able to count that. The delay between platforms is actually pretty much identical. They are in sync for me on my previews. Hello, Thresh. Get whacked. When you are more vicious than the Moon Lord. Two socket? It's two socket. Meh. Increased attack speed. Why are we finding these all of a sudden? Weapon lightning damage 1. Okay, that's cute. And then we have a bunch of just gems. And yeah, I know we're not going to get any real amazing bases in normal because you can only get up to 3 sockets. Nightmare's up to 4. 4 sockets is actually really good for a lot of things. But, I think we already have that. I'm not going to throw it on the ground just in case we don't, because I do want to collect them all. And if you're wondering, what the Druid set is altars. I just call it the Druid set. We're getting up there. A few hundred damage is good in pretty much all of normal. Of course, going into the thousands means you can really push through stuff, but there's nothing too scary here. Don't need TP scrolls. We're full on them. But yeah, we're going to do Anya for the resists. If we're max resist in Hell, I might not do Anya in Hell. Just because how spongy the enemies are. We did that skip with the Necromancer as well, because we're max res anyway. We might be doing the same with the Paladin, just because we're probably going to have a pretty easy way to get max res. Especially since the amulet we have is a Paladin amulet with a ton of resist on it. But for the most part, just going for a chill day here. That's a glacial trail. We need to remember that. Remember that for later, folks. I do wish this game had more secret passages like we saw in Act 1. Those were always fun to me to discover. And if they would have had them in the later acts, I think that would have not added more interest, but kept people a little bit more engaged with the map. As it stands, usually I'm just looking for specific points on here that are waypoint, exit, stairs. The actual design of the map just doesn't really draw my attention after a certain point because you don't get any real benefit from looking for the secret areas. I do wish the secret areas in Act 1 were better, but the fact that they're there just in and of itself is nice. The amount of XP you get in Act 5 is ridiculous, but yes, they are significantly higher level than things even in Act 4. This is why sometimes whenever I was just grinding for guides and stuff like that, testing some of the SSF builds, I would just turn on a podcast and run up and down the hill. Usually down the hill, unless I'm running a certain setup. It's just going to be down here and on the corner, isn't it? There's a skull. Hey, Anya, we want your resists. Let's see. Why not? Just getting our bearings in here and killing off all these. Because they're giving me a crap ton of runes. Okay, so this will get me my bearings. I think our Anya is going to be on the down. So we're going to have to go that way and then loop back this way. Because, yeah, she's going to be, I think, right there. Possibly a little further down, but that direction. Or, no, this one could be through the wall. Yeah, it might be up that way. There's fixed layouts for this. This is not a procedurally generated one. Just my brain does not always remember all of them because again, this is one that you don't do whenever you're just rushing through stuff. Unless you really need it for hell difficulty or something. As like a safety grab. Or unless you're doing 100%. Yeah, it's pretty easy to do this in normal difficulty. In Nightmare and in Hell, you can run across gloams, and usually do run across gloams in here, which makes this area suck nuggets. That scepter's garbage. We got another level up. Not that it particularly matters. We are more than leveled enough to even go into Nightmare at this point. But yeah, in vanilla Diablo 2, I do think that Nightmare is the best balance of the bunch. Because you're just starting to get kind of like set into your gear. You're getting set into your skill sets. You're not having to deal with a ton of immunes. By the time you get to Hell difficulty, you're having to more dance around immunes or just ignore them. Guess I want to summon them. But yeah, you're having to dance around immunes and stuff in Hell. In Nightmare, it's just occasionally you'll have some immunes, but they're not that big of a threat. Crusader's Wrath. Blessed Hammer, Crushing Blow. I mean, I'm liking having this equipped. This might generally be better for us. It's a bit less damage.
Can't use this yet.
What? Oh, level 42. We definitely can't. We just can't use it. 42, we might actually have something better. Which, that's only 2 levels away. But we'll probably be really close to Bale, so I probably won't be swapping up my gear right before that. With the ultimate goal being get to hell difficulty and decide my equipment from there. Because, yeah, I'm thinking probably not hell difficulty, going to nightmare difficulty. Thinking in nightmares when we're going to swap over to being Holy Bolt. And run an insight on our mercenary. Hero, Neelathak did this to me. Go get a scroll from Grandma. Actually, get a potion from Grandma. Hello, Grandma. How you doing? Wasting all my TPs. Now we get the scroll. Hi. Man, you could have given that to me so I'd have an easier time rescuing her. I still don't understand why they can't just give me the stuff to help me, you know, save the world. Now let's go and get some of you. Some of you. And yes, we'll just be respecking with dirt cheap absolution tokens. I'm not sure I 100% agree on them being as cheap as they are. I'm glad that they're available in a store. They could have been a really good money sink. Maybe have them escalate in price as you're, like, based on your level. That way, yeah, high-level characters would actually use a bit more money on it. Because as it stands, you can sell stuff in freaking normal Act 1. And get more than enough to get a ton of them. Hey, Kane, do your job. Legacy of Blood. That one we're keeping. That one we're just sticking in the stash. That one we're probably actually keeping, now that I think about it. Are we going to hit over 40 if we have these? Yeah, we did. That's what happens whenever you hit over 40 weight, by the way. 40 charm weight. $10 to 15 weapon cold damage and some resist. I think it goes there. And I'm going to have to empty out my inventory after this. Oh no. Whatever will I do? Oh, that can get sold. That's garbage. I say as I put a plus Holy Bolt 1 in my inventory.
You're an even.
But we're probably switching 2 Holy Bolts, so I should keep that in my swap inventory. Oop, there we go. And we do actually have our replenished life thing set up, so I could swap over to this. But we don't really have a helm to swap out to, so we might as well not. This is not a bad belt. It's crushing blow, extra stats, just has drain life on it. Nothing wrong with it. Maximum weapon damage is nice. I'd rather have damage plus, but I have a feeling that the mod makers did not put a lot of that in, because it's actually a relatively broken stat. For those that are curious, it's why grief is so strong. is a good example. Because unlike some other... Dump that. Put it in here. Yeah, unlike some other plus damage mods, the... That could be better than what she has. Yes. Yeah, unlike some other plus damage mods, it's added in its own step. So it gets like all the multipliers and stuff tossed on. It's very, very strange. It makes a one-handed weapon just completely broken. It makes it really broken for smite, because it adds to the smite damage. So what do we get from Anya? Is it going to be better than our shield? Probably not.
You're thank Neela. What are your needs?
Are we going to do Neelathak? God, no. Who actually does Neelathak? Seriously. Just out of curiosity, who actually goes through and murderizes Neelathak? Unless you are specifically looking for keys. Keys are literally the only reason to go down there. Oh, I want to personalize my kit. No, they really don't. Especially not with a name like that. And also, personalization in D2R is busted. On a lot of things. Because you usually 100% the quest. That's something that I used to do a lot as well. But as far as just testing through stuff, it's not as common anymore because he really doesn't give a big reward. I think, going to be a bit of an odd thing, I personally think you shouldn't get the rare item until you've done Neelathak. Yes, it's going to still be, like, not super motivating, but it's more motivating than personalization. It'd basically be a second... I just forgot what it's called. Imbue. I kept wanting to call it infuse. It's not infuse. Imbibe your weapon. We're not alcoholics. Am I probably going to be swearing whenever we get to hell? Yeah, probably, because they're going to be spongy as shit. Although by then we might actually be doing better damage than the Necro did. The Ancients are probably going to be our biggest threat as a caster paladin, but even then we have plenty of options for dealing with them. Because Holy Bolt damages everything in this. And we could go Blessed Hammer if we really wanted to, which is actually easier against the Ancients than Holy Bolt. Because you can just spam it and fill the entire field with nonsense. Now the question is, what am I going to play after we get through the Paladin run? Judging by the pace we're going through it, we'll probably get through the Paladin run next week sometime. I am on the fence on a few games. Shadow Hearts is a front runner. I could do another Grim Dawn run. That's actually a distinct possibility. Not sure I necessarily want to do that right now, but I know that there's DLC coming out soon-ish. I don't know the exact release date on it. We could look into trying to pester people for a key to Titan Quest 2. I didn't get to try the demo. I wanted to. But they took it off after the event, which really kind of made me sad. Well, the playtest, sorry. I don't even know who I would contact for that one. I'm going to have to ask around for it. Because that is one that I'd like to get in on the ground floor with, unless they just completely fuck it up. which is a distinct possibility. There is always room for fuck-ups. Especially whenever people are reviving series. Although, that said, unless they just go straight, like, Path of Exile or something, I think it'll be fine. Bruh. You guys would probably die before even reaching me. They slow buddies. Ain't nobody like slow buddy. Oh. I didn't even realize there was a unique in that batch. I was just moving along because I thought it was just a pack of idiots. Shows you how much you have to pay attention on the Paladin run. Because Paladins have the like nice little setup of being able to be efficient casters or efficient melee characters. The only thing they can't be is an efficient summoner. Fun fact, if they use Necro Summons, and yes, it is possible for them to use them, they take damage. But yeah, you can be tanky and a caster at the same time, which is one big reason they're busted, and their caster damage is magic. We're going to go ahead and grab that just in case stupid happens. I will be doing them on Players 1. There is no reason to do them on Players 8. They don't give drops. Please don't kill her. And I also do disagree with them putting the, oh, here's a minimum level requirement for you to proceed past this quest. There's some very dumb quick fixes in Diablo 2. Aura plus summons. I mean, you could do weak summons as the Paladin. You don't have any synergies besides your auras that work with it. But it takes, I believe it's 8% of your life each time you cast a Necro Summon. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if there's Valkyrie summons in this. And I know for a fact that there's Druid summons in this that you can just grab and go. They're not going to get all the synergy bonuses, but not the end of the world. My mana is going to be 0. 1 life after each kill is not terrible. And vanilla, this kind of charm is actually really strong. For anyone that doesn't know why, it's because that actually benefits from battle orders. That might replace this one. Although the cold weapon damage is a little bit nicer. Maybe we ditch that for this. Yeah, I think that's better. Level rec is on that. 66. Ugh. Blech. Not worth it. Okay. Raw stack. You go to there. We get our gems in. Yeah, going on Players 8 gets a lot of this stuff to fill up quick. I probably should have done that on the Necro. Done normal on Players 8. It's a lot slower to do Necro like that. I could have gone with like this guy. Done untwinked. And gotten a lot of stuff. Sorry for old man noises. Just gotta adapt. Okay, our next one is 43, which is next level, which is our piety. Which means we might be changing up a lot of stuff. That'll be really nice whenever we go to using Holy Bolt, because it's +1 all skills and faster cast rate in a helmet. So that's going to be probably our Nightmare Transition helmet, and we'll just switch off of the Jewel to just grab a different belt from storage. What belt we're going to grab? I don't know.
Can I help you?
I haven't looked through all the belts we've even gotten. I've identified them. I don't remember what they were. And I just went the wrong one. We want that there portal. And I'm still playing the version where the ancients are bugged. I don't know if they fixed that in a newer version. I'll probably update versions after we get done with the paladin.
The summit. The barbarian.
Well, Maddock, you're the first one that needs to go down. Because you're the one that keeps me moving. And then it's Korlik. Hello, Talik. You almost died just by being around me. How does this make you feel? Look at that. 81% fire resist. We are gods. Really not. But yeah, there's a bug with them in this version. I don't know if it's a bug in the newest version, where if you die while facing the ancients, you have to actually start a new game. Not as in start a new character, but literally just save and exit, hop back in a new one and try again. You can't just use a town portal to try again. I'm not sure what's causing it, but it might be something with their AI. Because they just won't summon. And if you're wondering what causes the bot to actually do that, it's after a certain number of messages, it sets up a little flag that says, hey, and do the little sequential announcement, so we don't actually end up with them it just spamming constantly. And then it resets the counter to 0. I mean, I can charge back at you guys, it just costs a lot of mana. Can't be arsed to spend a lot of mana on you. And we just did them on players 8, by the way. Because I am a dumbass, said I wasn't going to do on players 8 and completely forgot to change the player count. Da-da-da. This is the right way. I will grab that Nephrune and... Oh, we got a unique ring. Yay. What's it going to be? Mantled. Calling it now. It is mantled. No, it's Nagel. It's better. Not a good Nagel, but it's better than what I thought it was going to be. Sky Glow, I think we actually have that. I bail. And I have that potion. I always get my hopes up whenever I see a unique ring. I know I shouldn't. At 44. And yes, those guys can be blocked. The Explodey boys. Do I really worry about it? No. If I was concerned about it on a major scale, I would be walking instead of running. But for now, let's go ahead and jump into that. We will not see maxed out Holy Fire, but we'll get decent. Maxed out would require us getting I want to say, what level is that? 13, so that would be 12 more levels. That'd require us to get to 56, which we're not doing before the end of the normals. And yay, it's the waypoint first. Sweet. I'm just having a good time going through with the Paladin. This is a power fantasy instead of a grim fantasy, but hey, okay. There is room for both in the arsenal of Vigi games. I think a lot of people forget that it is possible, usually for the best, to enjoy a variety of games. I've had too many people get upset that I am playing a different game or enjoying a different game. It's fine. We are all human beings, and we are not one-trick ponies. I do know some people who heavily identify themselves with a specific game. That's not healthy. That is not even remotely healthy to do. Like, I don't identify myself as a Diablo 2 player. I identify myself as someone who has created Diablo 2 content and really enjoys the game. But Diablo 2 is not the cornerstone of who I am. Raging asshole who likes to do weird builds in video games. That's who I am. Am I actually a raging asshole? Sometimes. Sometimes I am. The snark gets the better part of me. Every now and then. Especially whenever people comment on the build videos like, of course you call it a newbie-friendly build and want multiple SOJs. Yeah, because I actually, wrote the other 2/3 of the guide that tells you how to make it a newbie-friendly build. Then I tell you what your target equipment is towards the end. I make it as short as I can. For some reason, it just... That brings out a snark in me. It doesn't make me mad. It brings out a snark. Because my brain just goes, I made a 10-minute video as opposed to a 30-minute ramble, specifically explaining to you how this build works. If you don't understand what I'm saying, we can work on that. If you're just not going to watch the video, we cannot work on that. It's like people not reading a help prompt whenever they are using a piece of software. It's like, this is how you do X, Y, and Z. And yes, I am guilty of skipping tutorials while streaming. I do sometimes go back and read those afterwards, though. I do eventually read them. But one thing that happens while streaming is, you want to know the one thing more boring than reading a tutorial yourself? Watching somebody else do it. Let's go with a little bit of strength. That's why I prefer... Actually, I think Expedition 33 is a good example of how to do tutorials. They have a tutorial archive, which you can reference back to in case you haven't played for a while. You can go back and be like, okay, this is how this mechanic works. You can turn back on tutorials, you can turn them off. But it does it well because it has you do it and it explains it in text. That's actually a really good way to do a tutorial. God damn, I can't talk. It's a good way to do a tutorial. Silver skin. That's a good one. We might use that on our druid run if we do melee starting out. Do I think we're going to need all this for Bale? Probably not. It's not going to be super easy, but We are probably going to be doing him on Players 8. We could go through a run on Players 1 just to see how much damage it do. I was expecting this to take longer, by the way. Usually I stream for 4 hours. We're only at 240 and we're actually at the end of our goal for the day. So do we go into Nightmare and whack things there? And I do wonder how many people don't realize in vanilla there is that. Vanilla D2R, that is, not in LOD. I don't think it's in LOD. I could double check. I'm fairly positive it's not. If it is, I didn't notice it for how many decades? Ow. Hydra's hurt. Really don't. And yes, I do want to be in the middle for dealing with them. Because I do not want them to be able to just charge at me. Because yes, they can interrupt my attacks anytime I have that little stun swirl above me. How does it feel, Lister? Haha, die. Anything good? Doesn't look like it. Skill-wise, more fire, more dexterity. Level 46. I was 1 level off on my guess. My guess was 47. Was it not? I actually have to go back and check if I actually guessed correctly. I think I said 47. Let's get rid of one hand. Get rid of the other hand. What is my chance of hitting you there, bud? Oh, it already went over to the appendages. That sucks. I was curious what my chance to hit him was. Let's see what our chance to hit Bale is. Oh, god damn it. Hate it whenever that happens, you get snagged on the terrain. It's fine. It's just irritating. And yes, we are ignoring the clone. We might end up dealing a lethal blow to the clone if it keeps coming close to us while we're zealing. My attacks do not stop just because you drain my mana. And now, Act 4, Terror Zones, not terribly interested in that. I think it's going to be, oh, Clegs, there we go, and Eisenhearts again. It's always Eisenhearts, we all know this. Those are just really basic gloves. I like them. Do we care about resist on her? Probably not. She's still maxed out. She's probably going to, yeah, she's going to be below max out on Nightmare, but she's level 45. I'm impressed, mortal. So am I. We did that on Players 8. So the question is, do we do cows? Do we show off how strong we are on Players 1? Do we go to Nightmare? I think we just go to Nightmare. I think we don't care about normal anymore. We stick on players 8. See how long we can go with melee. Probably not too long. This build generally, at least in vanilla, does not actually hold up that long. It can go a little bit into Nightmare on vanilla. On players 1. Cows are like level 26 in normal? Yes. They can drop... Yeah, they have to be 26 plus. Because even a basic cow can drop base items that'll socket to 4. In fact, that's where you go if you want to get 4 socket crystal swords. There's other places to get level 26 plus, but... We don't lose that much by going with this, so I'm gonna lose a little bit of life. Now we're gonna look sketch as hell. Brada, rada, 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 rada. I mean, we still have... I mean, I could just leave early and get more work done on the script, which I might go do. Might go get some breakfast that I don't regret chewing. You can see our XP not going up nearly as fast as it was in Act 5 of normal. This area right here is another place that will cause artifacting on the recording. For Diablo 2. It's really weird what causes artifacting and what doesn't in OBS. On the recording, not even just on streaming. For some reason, it doesn't like this grass. Okay, so this is probably going to be... Yeah, there's the Den of Evil. Bloop. We'll do a little bit of Act 1. In fact, we'll probably just stick with this build until it starts getting to be a pain in the ass. Which might be longer than I think it is. Because not only do we have access to slightly better gear than you would solo self-found, but we also have access to more levels just going into stuff. We'll do this until we can't do it on players 8, and then we'll switch to caster to try that out. Because I do need to try out caster for the paladin. I'm not doing like in-depth testing like I would for a build guide for the review, but just first impressions. I'll probably do a first impressions after this run. Because then we'll have tried out melee, we will have tried out caster, we'll have tried out summoner. Not full-fledged tried out everything, but enough to get a kind of like first impression as to what the game developers, well, the mod developers were looking at.
Hi there.
I think we already got that. Yeah, we already have an animal kinship. Is the one we have better or worse? 35 and 53, 32 and 51, yeah. Sell this one.
What you need?
That's probably going to be garbage. It is. It's garbage as well. I know we have room. Something like that. Those get sold. The pylum, we have room for it. It's just a matter of rearranging stuff. once we hit 100 in this one, we get to move on to the next stack. Because I don't want to go over 100 in them. Just for the sake of the issue where items can start disappearing if there's too much tacked onto them. And all that gets sold. Yeah, let's do Den of Evil at the very least. Yeah, I totally expected that to take 4 hours to get through the rest of normal.
Within this cave.
With us just kind of like casually going around. Wow. Thank you. For all the drops right at the start of that. Good lord. That's quite a bit there. I do need to check in here. I don't think there's going to be an enemy in here, but I've sometimes had zombies spawn right there. Glad we did. I'm not glad we did. That's garbage. It's not garbage. It's good if you're going for a zealot. What we have is just better, though. Drawing out the beast. Interesting. And Saigons. That's not a bad belt. In fact, for what we're going to end up doing, that is a better belt. It is just straight up better, even if we didn't go for caster after this. Okay, come on, buds. Time for quick murders. And yeah, we're doing... I am actually surprised at how much we are doing. We are still on players 8. So it's not like this is, oh, we're beating up a bunch of players 1 enemies at too high of a level. No. Players 8. Feels oddly stronger than in vanilla. Our gear is probably playing a role in that. Because some of the stuff is curved down a little bit on level Rex. The thing that's really kind of sad is our actual aura is doing a lot of work. It's not just our splash damage. But yeah, we are... I don't know if we're going to hit 50 before the... No, we're not. There's no way in hell we're hitting 50 before we get done with Den of Evil. We're not getting near enough XP to do that. If I wanted to max out my level, I'd go farm Act 5 normal. I have done that up into the 60s before, by the way. Just lose track of time. Yes. Nightmare and upward, most of the areas. You'll notice that they're all item level 36. Most of the M levels and area levels are going to be identical. Because it raises up to the highest of the two. In normal, you generally have really low area levels, but the M levels are higher than it. In Nightmare and Beyond, you generally have low to medium monster levels, but the area level punches it up. That's one reason why you're able to do so much with Terror Zones. It raises the area level. And actually, that's going to get sold. That's garbage. But another skill point into resist fire. Always welcome.
Greetings.
Hello, Akara. How you doing? 8.5% max fire resist. We are in Nightmare, right? Yeah, we are in Nightmare. We have max resist on everything still. It's only a 40% penalty. A little bit more strength, just in case we need it for some weird gear we find or something. I'm not even sure if I bother selling that. So bad that Charcy doesn't even want. Shouldn't make that joke. Charcying stuff is a long-standing joke in the community, though. And Gablin started early today. The hell, my dude? I'd be lurking on you if I knew that. Yeah, he started an hour ago. He's been starting earlier and earlier. He's got the streaming bug. He's doing Warhammer 40k, by the way. Rogue Trader. Definitely go check out Gablin if you haven't, though. He's an old buddy of the channel. I think the first time we did a collaboration was... Jesus. That would have been Shadow Era, so 2012 or 13? Oh no, they're so dangerous. I'm more afraid of them killing my mercenary than them doing anything to me. Although I am still bewildered by the choice of making unique enemies not drop from a fixed table. I know it's to reduce loot clutter on the ground, probably, but it still doesn't feel right. I would have just removed the potions from their pool and forced them to drop one special drop. That way it would have not have gotten rid of the incentive to actually fight them if they're tough, while simultaneously keeping the clutter down. Because normally it's one special drop and then you have 4 potions. Or is it 3 potions? I don't remember. I don't ever pick them up. Hey, Aprillic. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Hopefully things are going well for you. We're here messing around in the Reimagined Mod of Diablo 2. Setting up for a kind of first impressions of it. I'll do a full review on it after I've done all 5 classes. But that's going to be a little bit of a long-term project. What were you streaming, out of curiosity? Get back here, Bloodraven. Oh, Lord, she's running away. Diablo 2 Resurrected? Good choice. Go and get rid of all these weirdos. Just doing a nostalgic playthrough. I mean, this is a comfort food for me. Literally streaming this because I am still in recovery from Expedition 33. Recreating your original Diablo 2 character and Resurrected. Oh, cool. What kind of build are you going for? Just curious. Quest log. Done with you. Probably going to be the weird field played again. It is! It's a better version. It's less defense, but it's more XP. But yeah, if Reimagined is a whole different beast as well. But yeah, I still, from time to time, will dip into vanilla Diablo 2. It's been a little while, but just the nature of the beast. Too much to do and not enough time.
It is clear.
Let's see. I'm going to actually chew on the mercenary, I think. That instead of Arctic Furs.
I'll put that to good use.
No specific build, but you really had bad OCD when you first played Diablo as a kid, so all of her stats are purposely bad, and you've got heaps of restrictions. It's fun, but super hard. Ah. There are quite a few fun challenge runs out there if you need any ideas. Only one I don't recommend when returning is the pacifist run. That requires a lot of just running at the very start until you find a skull. But Yeah, having the shop only run is kind of fun. Gambling only runs are fun.
The Order welcomes you.
Low magic is kind of fun. Although certain builds can actually break that. Summon Necros in particular can kind of break that. But yeah, we're just chilling and going through. We're on Nightmare now. Players 8 for most of this. It's taking you a while to get through because everything is fire immune and only use fire attacks unless you think you can take a hit close up. Ah. So you must be in hell difficulty. Judging by that. When did you originally play Diablo 2? Because that might also be what's causing some of the toughness, because I believe it was 1.1, which would have been, I mean, it's over a decade ago. 1.1 is when they introduced everything's got an immunity now, which is a design decision that I just did not agree with. But I understand it. Hey, Daladon, how's it going? It's-a me, Diablo! I can't do high pitch today. My throat is just exhausted. 25 years ago. So back on like early release. Original pre-LOD days. Yeah, a lot has definitely changed from back then. I still remember the like beta and stress test days. In the stress test, us stacking a bunch of rubies and swords just for a little bit more dangage, even though we couldn't get past Blood Raven because the limitations was kind of fun. Yeah, there's a lot of quality of life ups in Resurrected compared to even LOD. So coming from non-LOD to this, I can only imagine the stash space feels huge. Gosh golly gee willikers, it's big. You had the expansion you played at a heap over the past 20 odd years. First resurrected character, yeah. I think as far as remasters go, Resurrected did a good job. You can only use the first page of stash. I mean, that should still be enough. Unless you are planning to mule stuff to other characters. The only reason I use the other stashes is just because I like the aesthetic of just having a tab dedicated to runes. But yeah, we're using a bit of a try-hard build currently still. The Holy Fire Paladin just makes going through normal super easy, but we're doing it in a modded version. So we've got better gear for it. We have to keep all your named gear and charms for fighting the primevals. It takes up space. Yeah. Resist charms and stuff like that takes up a lot of storage space for me. That said, on vanilla, my inventory is much smaller, but what I usually have is I'll just have, say this is your normal inventory, which is about the size. Actually, that is exactly the size of your normal inventory. I usually have charms up to here, and then my cube and stuff over there. And do we want to go into... Nah, we're not going to mess with the underground passage. We're just going to get the waypoint and get ourselves another cane. That could be better. That can be 4 sockets now. But yeah, I was a regular on the Diablo 2 scene up until about 2 years ago, and I switched over to doing game reviews. As you can tell, that has not worked out exceptional, but we got the regulars. You can only bring charms in for the boss battles. Oh, that's an interesting challenge. I've done a charmless run. Never done one where I have to limit it to just specific areas. Yeah, Diablo 2 is a great game. It is a masterclass in action RPG design. And I am not a huge fan of the direction a lot of newer action RPGs have gone. there's good to be found in stuff like Grim Dawn and stuff like that. There's good to be found there. There's even good to be found in Last Epoch. I find stuff like Path of Exile to just be an illusion of complexity. They are no more complex than Diablo 2, sadly. Whenever you start really getting into the nitty-gritty. It's just, you have a much bigger tree to look at and a few more options on skills. But I do love the skill system in Path of Exile. I just find it drags on a bit too much. Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't have to be designed that way. It is a... I'm trying to think of how to describe the design philosophy behind it without being rude. But there are games that intentionally obfuscate things and make themselves seem more complex than they really are, just so that people can feel like, I am special because I have mastered this. When in reality, whenever you start breaking it down into its core systems, figuring out how the mechanics work, it's actually not that complex. That is the... Well, actually, no, I have unlisted 2 other reviews, but that's just because they were bad health for the channel. But yeah, Path of Exile is one of the only reviews I have put to unlisted. It's still watchable, it's just unlisted. Because the community around it was super toxic to criticism, so it's like, you know what, fuck it. I'm just moving on from it. There is no reason for me to stress out over a community that decides it wants to be toxic towards people who are actually leveling criticisms towards it. None of my criticisms were unfounded. All they can say is, oh, you didn't play enough. I played over 500 hours of it. I know about maps. I know about the post-game. I am aware of these things. I don't have to play 5,000 hours to give it a critique. I think 500 hours is more than enough. Good design is good design regardless of whether you're a fan of it or not. Same for bad design. There are a lot of criticisms I can make of Diablo 2. Doesn't make me love it less. Game that promotes the idea that there's un and only one solution. Oh, they totally fell off the rails as far as what made Diablo 2 special whenever they released Diablo 3. But Diablo 3 wasn't even made by the same studio, so... Diablo 3 is an arcadey action RPG, which I am fine with. I actually do like... After playing it a few times, I do actually appreciate Diablo 3 for what it is. It's not going to be my favorite Diablo. It's going to be one of those that I'll drop in from time to time if I just feel like just dumb power fantasy. Whereas Diablo 2 is one that I'll drop into if I want to kind of tweak around with builds, try doing solo self-found, try doing weird stuff like doing a melee source from normal to hell. You spent a good portion of another Diablo night yapping on about how you feel about the other Diablos and why you're still playing 2. Yeah, I don't even go back and play 1 more than I play 3. It's just... 2 is kind of the peak of the series. Torchlight 2 is the peak of the Torchlight series. I can customize my character to be crap in the other Diablos. Well, in Diablo 2, and there really are not a lot of action RPGs that do this, you can play... I'm trying to remember the term I used for it back whenever I did the kind of comparison video. But yeah, in Diablo 2, you can play the counter fantasy. Whereas in all the other Diablos, you cannot. Well, in Diablo 1, you sort of can. But that's way simpler. That they're all the same fantasy in that one. Whenever you start breaking it down. But in Diablo 2, I can play the caster barbarian. There is gear, skills, mechanics that allow that. Diablo 3 and 4, you cannot do that. In 3, you are just limited to your skills. There's no like really interesting things. You're just looking for bigger numbers. In 4, you're also doing the bigger number thing, but you're also way more limited on skills than even on 3. So it's just, gosh darn it. Dag nappit nappa. Yeah. It's just irritating. And to an extent, things like Titan Quest and Grim Dawn get around that by their dual class system, so you can choose kind of contrarian classes and play that fantasy. You can be the Blade Singer from D&D if you want to, kind of situation, where you're a caster that happens to just be really good with a sword. Whereas in Diablo 4, you playing a Necro, well, you're going to be one of these 3 builds. Because we don't allow you the flexibility to go further on that. I think we have a better version of that. Good lord. We'll use that for now. Actually, no, this is going to still be better. This is going to go on the mercenary.
I'll put that to good use.
But yeah, the ability to play a counter fantasy, the ability to actually customize your character are 2 essential things that have been lost. Because, worth noting, a thing that Path of Exile does not do well is actually giving you the amount of flexibility you could want with your character. Yeah, on the surface, you can play anything. But you will reach a point where the game is going to throw a check at you. And if you don't pass that check, you're just going to have a really piss poor time. So if you're building a tanky character, you better actually be completely geared towards being tanky. Otherwise, you're going to hit that point where it's going to check you on a specific aspect of tank that you sacrifice so you could do this little bit of magic or this little bit of a fun side thing, and you're just going to be pissed off at that boss. And also, it has the issue of everything is just one shot or be one shot. And it has to do that due to power creep. That's just how it has to be to games as a service. More tanky, less spanky. Yeah, you have to be hyper-focused. You can't just have fun with the build. Generally speaking, whenever I do dip my toes back into Path of Exile these days, I literally just play through pretty much what was there pre-Fall of Oriath. And then usually I'm like, by the time I get to the Fall of Oriath content, I'm like, I'm done with this for a while. There, I gotta focus on this a little bit so I don't die to him just getting a really lucky hit on me. Because we've got a lot of these little spike fiends. There we go. You would have made the same character each Diablo game if you could customize her stats to be purposely bad each time, but since you couldn't, you didn't feel like your character. Well, in Diablo 3 and 4, stats don't really... Well, they do matter a little bit, but it's more about just finding that bigger number item and just dumping into the stat that scales your damage. The stats themselves are just like ambiguous and kinda fruitless. You can't be a barbarian that invests in intelligence and actually have it really serve a function. You're looking forward to when you finish your current character's playthrough. You've imported your old original character into Resurrected and can run around silly on them once she's done. Ah. Yeah, that's one thing that Resurrected, I'm glad they did. Compatibility with your old single-player characters is chef's kiss. Obviously, not all games can actually have compatibility with your old saves, but if they can make it happen, it is one thing that is worth looking into. Then you have complete remakes like the Final Fantasy VII stuff. I don't like that it's split up. That just feels like cash grabby to me, but you want to build a actually barbarian? Exactly. I mean, I do have a guide on a Warcry barbarian. And I have done, I don't remember whether I actually made a guide for it. The Fireworks Barbarian or the Chaos Barbarian, whatever you want to call it. Basically, every attack he's just spewing crap all over the field. Does it do a lot of damage? No. Can it beat hell? On Players 1, yes. But it's just, I am going to lag you, the Barbarian. But yeah, intelligence, and obviously Diablo 2 does have its flaws. Energy is only useful for like 2 builds. There's not a lot of builds that actually use energy long term. You played a knowledge clerk once, maybe twice, never again? Why not? Actually, there is not a single cleric class, like subclass, that I don't like. I can find something to do with each of them. Amazon is a decorative glass. Sounds like my Strafe Zon. Although my Strafe Zon actually does a lot of damage. But I feel that. There's a few, like especially Mage Zons got nerfed really hard between 1.09 and 1.1. You get rubbed on everything with an int score. Yeah, in this mod, by the way, energy does add to... I was talking about vanilla Diablo 2. Energy is more useful in this version. Do they... actually, that is a good question for you, Adam. If you guys are wondering this, he's over on the YouTube side. Does int actually scale with any other abilities like it does with bone skills in this? Took 8+ hours on the Amazon and hell? Yeah. I mean, if you don't have access to decent gear, and especially if you're doing like a Boazon or something like that, this place is literal hell. Especially if you're doing a challenge run, things can absolutely kind of spiral out of control here. Hell in general is that way. Now, it is worth noting, hell in this mod does not have the issue. It doesn't have the issue of immunities everywhere. Not that you've seen yet. Seems bone skills are the only ones. Okay. One of these days, I will probably have to build the Bone Necro Blood Golem hybrid in this. Confusion, I think, is green, isn't it? Nope. It's yellow. We definitely want those because they stack. Let's identify you. Holy Ring of Almanater. I mean, it's definitely interesting. We give up resist for it? Why not? And those will just go in there and get identified in a bit. Her OCD stats limit what you can use where, but everything being fire immune against fire attacks took forever. I'm curious what you mean by OCD stats, by the way. It sounds like you're doing leveled stats. As in everything equal? Or is it everything within specific like mathematic criteria of each other? I've heard of people doing leveled stat runs, which is where you level these up equally. So you have like 1 point floating over until every 4th level where you can like invest across all of them. Just digging around over here. But yeah, there are a few different stat challenge runs that I know of. Are they very common? No. They're definitely there. Yeah, fire immunes are a little bit of a pain for most new build friendly builds. Because that's one reason why we do Hydra Orb starting out a lot of the time. Because in normal, you can get away with going the fire thing. Then you go Orb through Nightmare. And as you get into Hell difficulty, you end up with Dual Elemental. But that's just a vanilla run. Okay, you get 5 points per level and have 4 categories you can put them in. You have to put 1 stat in each with the extra stat flowing down consecutively. It limits a lot, but it's how you originally played when you were 12. But also something similar to the skill tree going on. Okay. I can see that with the stats. That's a stat leveling run. Where you have all stats equal on base. That's it trickling down. Some people will save the point, some will not. Skills are 7 or less. Ooh. Now, with the skill one, does it have to be through every tree, or can you just do it on the one tree? If it's on every tree, that... Oof. Necromancer could pull that off. I'm not sure about the other ones. Level 81, most of your skills are 7 or less. So I'm guessing you're just evenly trickling them down with each level. And if you're in the fire tree, that means that chances are you're not going to be if it's the fire sorceress, means you're going to get dumped into Inferno quite a bit. You could do some work with enchant. My brain is wrapping around this doing the math as we play. So sorry if I don't comment on what's like on screen for a little bit while I'm doing that. So I'm guessing like if we were doing combat skills, these would all need to be equalized going down. But yeah, I think we all played a little bit weird when we were younger. I was... God, I am old. I was still technically a teenager when Diablo 2 released. Technically. This is going to be the exit. Oh, no, it's not. I thought we were going to have the door right there. It's just further in than I was thinking. Different layout. Yeah, I'm just doing the like math in my head of like how this would work if you could choose trees versus not choose them. If you can't choose the trees, if you have to do it for every tree, that would hurt. And also worth noting, pre 1.1, that would oddly enough be a little bit more viable. Passive magic tree is all equal. Javelin is mostly ignored because you didn't use it originally, and the bow attacks have 1 point in all, but the fire tree have to each have a point put in equally, so fire arrow is getting points even though it makes fire arrow Actually is a good skill. But yeah, it does not make much difference to the rest of it. Even with synergies and stuff like that going on. But yeah, Fire Arrow is a really good left click skill. I might have to try this. Probably won't do it on a Amazon, because Amazon's not really my primary. I do play Amazon, but my primary is Necromancer, usually. It's work, but it's fun as hell. Yeah, I might have to try that. Maybe I should just do a like viewer challenge run series. I don't know if I'll go all the way through hell with them. But it's definitely something that might be kind of fun to do every now and then. Possibly do it on as like a community night kind of thing. That way everybody can participate. Though I don't know if everybody would actually do the challenge. Let's see, left is, yeah, gonna be down here. Who needs map hack whenever you just know how things are formed? Okay, stat-wise, we're gonna go a bit more in there. I think probably if I were to delve really deep into that kind of challenge run, I think I'd go Sorceress or possibly Druid. You might be founding the next Diablo 2 Nuzlocke style run. Just tell people to remake their first character no matter what that means for the stat skills. Yeah, my first character, sadly, in Diablo 2 was actually not that bad. I still had him until my account finally expired a few years ago. For LOD, the original. I still had my original Alzorath. He was a necromancer. Was he good? No, but he wasn't bad. He could beat hell. He was a summoner. Stat-wise, he was mostly vitality. So yes, if you're playing LOD, you could go claim my name if you really need to. If there's a necromancer in a video game, I will start with a necromancer. Just because I like the idea of the gray character. And despite the fact that necromancers are usually touted as evil, a lot of lore, they really are the gray option. Because they're not always evil. And even though it came out well after I had developed that philosophy, the Gray Necromancer skit is actually a really good example of the philosophy behind the Gray Necromancer. Where they talk about how he's basically using the dead to help the village kind of situation. Yep. There are legitimately good reasons for using the Necromancer archetype in games. I have made, when DMing, good necromancers. Ethically sourced corpses. And they don't always have to be human corpses. Kingpin's Blade. That is basically Alibaba. Why do we have a set Alibaba? I'm looking at the mod makers here. We need to go rescue Kane anyway.
Ah, very.
But seriously? Bit of a glare there. We've got an ad break, so we're not going to do anything too important for a little bit. We're mostly going to be traveling. The ring of the set is also the same as Nagel ring. So it's the Magic Vine set. That's fine. It's even the same color as Alibaba. Could have made it yellow or something. Seriously, folks. If you're going to make a Magic Vine set, make it yellow. Or gold. Okay, so we have Thul, we have Am. Organizing our inventory while the ad is running. Thank you for the gift subs. I greatly appreciate them. We have a... whatchamacallit going on? A hyper train? Ad break be gone. Thank you for removing the ad break. It is greatly appreciated. If I could dismiss the ad break mid-ad break, I would, just as in the spirit of that. Unfortunately, they won't allow me to do that. Makes me sad. But yes, ad breaks are the devil, but they keep the lights on and the jerky coming. Oh, yeah, let's just go ahead and just go rescue him. It's not that hard to rescue an old man from another old dead man. If they're right here by the waypoint. Yeah, if anyone wants to get in on that hype train, I think you can get it with Prime. But you have to... oh, we didn't get a good one. But you have to have the little announcement thing go on with it. Have a good lurk. I feel that. I feel the editing necessary. I'll check out your channel later, by the way. I'll pop it open in a new window. I can actually spell it right because I'm an idiot. There we go. I kept not typing the second L. It was nice meeting you as well. Have a good lurk, and I am off to rescue old man. Stay a while and listen. Who put prunes in my oatmeal? Ah! There you go, bud. The underscore catches a lot of people, yeah. One reason I am glad that I started and failed content creation multiple times before finally getting to where I am. I was able to get my name without suffixes and stuff. Now whenever I go places, I can't. But... so if you see anybody with my name other than on Twitch, YouTube, and Discord, it ain't me. Oh, and Blue Sky. I have Blue Sky. I got that without having to add stuff to my name. The real kicker is people think that I stole my name from frickin' Warcraft. I wrote a short story with this name in the 80s. And it's not spelled the same as Alzorath. You had something else when you started, so you wasn't or lucky? Yeah, getting a Prillic. Yeah, it's a struggle, and nowadays getting a custom URL on YouTube is a nightmare. I did actually have to fight with that trying to get a new channel set up for another project. Not going to link it to this name. Don't worry, nobody's going to have to find out about my other projects. Unless you find me on there. But, yeah. You had Aprillica as your WoW character back in like '08? Yeah. You had the same issue, to be honest. People still call you Dandelion. That didn't even cross my mind until you mentioned it. Don't worry, I'm not going to call you Dandelion. I will still call Gablin Stubbs. And that guy, all that stuff. The reading of names is fun. Yeah. And it's very easy, depending on like your history, to mispronounce names. Because depending on where you're from, the rules of how you pronounce different letter combinations are completely freaking different. A nice example in Diablo 2 is Cam versus Cham. Cam is actually actually I think it's Com, is actually a name of a city in Germany. Your name before was Oranos, but really that was back in high school, so like 20 years. Oh god, I'm turning to dust. I kid. Actually, high school would have been a bit over 20 for me. Yeah, so yeah, not that far off. I literally, while I got thrown through some, whatchamacallits, raids the other day on one of the because I lurk whenever I am streaming. I got thrown through some raids, and there was someone calling somebody who wasn't even 30 old, and I immediately aged. Get the sweeper and the duster. I mean, maybe necessary at some points. But yeah, I literally just aged to just the old man yelling at clouds kind of stage whenever they called this person old. Like, oh, please. I mean, I know I'm old. I am not terribly concerned about the fact that I'm old. But when you're calling it 20-something old, I can't. My body just, no. Decays really quick. You have issues already with names because of how your primary school taught English for the first 2 to 3 years. Cat was correct for cat, so you messed up how you read things. Ah. Yeah. Even within English, it's worth noting, we can't agree on how things are pronounced. We can't even agree on how things are spelled between the UK and the US. All these need to be sold. That gets sold, that gets sold. We toss those into the storage. This, I'm probably going to get rid of. Now we'll keep it. It's a cast rate with Magic Find. It's fine. You remember you picked Oranos because of Age of Mythology just came out and it was awesome with the Atlanteans. Oh, cool. Nah, let's see. Oh, you have the Kingpin set. Ring, 77 AR, magic damage -3, attack take damage 6, 13 MF. The MF value seems to be lower than Nagel, but the stats are about identical. Yeah, it's pretty close to it. But yeah, it's definitely, for me, my first character name, I'm probably, no, it's going to get associated with people that aren't me if I actually mention it, which is problematic. Because there is somebody else going around with 2 of my other names right now. And one of them, someone that I don't want to be associated with, because I do look up my old names every now and then. And even on a forum, someone literally contacted me wanting to buy my account because I had the name. It was on Lurker Lounge, funnily enough, which is pointless now. I probably should have sold it. Yes, back in the early D2 days, while I had an Alzorath character and it was named after the character in my book, which it was a short story and it was really shitty because I was a child. Yeah, when we actually have access to everything now, don't we? I guess we go Seraphim instead of that. But yeah, it was a crappy story. But I have multiple characters named after those. But all of my early internet, we're talking 95 to about, I want to say 2007 or 2008, was under like 2 other different names. So if you go track down my posts on dissecting Diablo 2 back in the day, you're not going to find my name by them. Funnily enough, I do find it weird that the person wanted to buy the name off of Lurker Lounge, but they didn't want to buy it on Diablo 2 Net, which, by the way, is gone now. You ever take all your characters are named similarly, like all your Diablo characters are named in the same cycle? Yeah. Understandable. You look back on what you did with Daladon, you need to burn the evidence. I haven't looked up your name online. I generally don't do that to people these days unless there is actual reason to. For those of you curious, I have had to do, like, back whenever I worked my regular 9 to 5 before all hell went sideways in the world. I did actually have to do background checks. I'm a watcher on this account, so clearly you did. Oh. I think you might have mentioned a platform and I went and followed on it. I'm talking about actually digging deep on people. So it was a safe option for you? Yeah, I don't know if I would do this name again if I could go back in time. Because there is a lot associated with it that I don't agree with anymore, but I live with my past self, so I accept it.
Even the light cannot pierce this gloom.
Yeah, you had a job with that for employment purposes? Yeah. I have thought of going back and doing a 9 to 5, but also would cut into... I would basically have to give up YouTube. Which... I have gotten close to that a few times, wanting to just give up and go back to just normal 9 to 5s for the rest of my life. And really, I don't mind most 9 to 5s. I actually enjoyed retail back when I did that, funnily enough. Didn't like the company I worked for, but I enjoyed retail. But yeah, having to do background checks on people, you learn things you don't want to learn. There's a YouTube fellow that took your name at some point. I mean, I'm following the TTRPG channel you told me about. Took the name in 2021. There is a Russian kid. I'm still bitter that YouTube didn't do anything about it. Back whenever I did play Minecraft, because that was the thing to play on YouTube, I did have someone imitating me to get access to servers and to get free games. Which, no, getting press keys is not just getting free games. It's not an obligation to do coverage, but it is for the purpose of coverage. You're backing yourself, so you're overworking for people in places that just don't care or value their employees. I feel that. Honestly, if I won the lottery tomorrow, I would still probably do YouTube and I would open a retail store. I'm not going to say what kind of retail store it would be, but I would actually open a store. And just run that during the day and stream and stuff at night. Hire somebody to do my taxes for it, because taxes suck ass. I am a huge believer in actually, if you have the money, you should do good things. Too bad too many people don't. Like, there's people who it wouldn't even make a dent in their lifestyle at all to massively change the world, and they just don't do it because they want more money. It has to be profit bearing.
Sisters turn the tide against evil.
Think of was like a Let's Play story. You'd be comfortable and happy, just keep doing what you're doing, but much less stress or worry. Exactly. I would add businesses to my pool of things that I do, because I think I could do a better job than the companies I have worked for in the past. Because I have horror stories. Yay. And yes, there's always going to be corruption and stupidity at every company. There's going to be people exploiting systems. But as long as you are focused on doing a net positive rather than just trying to make more money than the next guy, you can do a lot of good. Funnily enough, people doing good on YouTube is what actually originally inspired me to do YouTube. Things like what Kurt J. Mack did with Farlands or Bust, and just the general positive influence people like Total Biscuit had on the industry. All that stuff inspired me to actually create content back then. Total Biscuit was a really big inspiration. I was sad when he died. That was about as rough as when freaking I've just completely blanked on his name. Mork. Why is my brain not remembering his name? Robin Williams. There we go. Took a minute for my brain to go there. It's like processing through it, but yeah. Total Biscuit passing was as rough for me as it was for Robin, whenever Robin Williams passed, because they were both just iconic people for me to process through. There's a certain type of people that allows them to become rich. For example, those that chase money with all their life. So people will not spare any money no matter what. Yeah, people like that just don't care about other people. They care about accumulating wealth. They are the dragons. You have medical issues, so a doctor inspired you to take the final push to start streaming. He found listening to the talk about games genuinely enjoyable and suggested you try it if you'd already considered it. Oh. That is actually a good inspiration as well. You think I'm guessing you mean Total Biscuit, Daladon. His passing was both the best and worst of the internet at the same time. I don't know what he would be as far as like if he had actually beaten cancer. I don't know where he'd stand on things these days. But given his time and place in history, he was probably the greatest positive influence on gaming for years. Just period. Is he as big as some of these other creators? No. But he had enough sway at the right time to actually cause a not permanent impact, but long enough impact that we got some great games because of his input, and we got some great quality of life improvements. Gaming overall is a better place because Total Biscuit existed. Will I ever reach those heights? Probably not. Most people will not. But I can aspire to it. There are a lot of great things that I think he would be irritated at all the remakes. Just for some reason, I have a feeling he would be. But he is one of those people that I kind of wished I could have met before, but it did not happen. And I still watch some of Jenna's stuff. It's a bit, like, bittersweet, though. Especially if they don't fix the field of view slider. Oh, God. Oh, I probably should unban the person. I got so irritated at the ableism of one comment that I really did just ban someone from the channel because of it. I probably shouldn't have had such a knee-jerk reaction to it, but they basically went on a tirade because, for those of you that are new, those of you that have just dropped in, while I don't have severe motion sickness from like simulator sickness, I do get it from certain factors. I can handle 3D games. I can even handle first-person games as long as certain things are appropriate. Field of view being one of them, and motion blur being able to be disabled properly is another one. There's some third-person games that trigger it as well because they have essentially ray tracing's equivalent of motion blur 2.0. So, but I had someone go off on a tirade saying, of course you're feeling nauseous while playing this game. You have the field of view slider all the way up. It made me nauseous. Well, I hate to break it to you, but if I didn't have the field of view slider up, I wouldn't have been able to make it an hour in that game. And it was, I think it was on Eternal Strands that they commented. Which I was just like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm not dealing with this today. And I banned them. I shouldn't be that knee-jerk about it, but it just, them going after the very thing that I use to make it possible to play the game for me, and being so, like, overtly obtuse about it. Like, I literally explain in that video why I had to set the field of view up. And it's a common fix for it. I did reply to them before banning them, unfortunately. That's the only, their response to my reply to them is what ultimately resulted in me banning them. But I explained that field of view is what I use to help mitigate it. So, yes, I am human. I will ban people. And it's not even a hard ban. They can still watch the videos if they want. That's fine. They can still comment on it. I just don't have to see it. But whenever you are so ableist that you are just completely going to ignore the reasoning behind things and just be a complete jackass about it, I have very little patience. I actually like the lighting in Diablo 2. It probably makes the stream absolutely horrendous to watch on YouTube. I'm just gonna put that one out there. I am. It probably does look all kind of weird and pixelated on YouTube, especially because YouTube crunches blacks. As far as the colors go, they crunch the shadows. And that was an entirely like just useless path on here. The stairs are right here. Oh, we got XP from it. Figure there's always someone that comes in and says something sometime that will get banned. It happens. But yeah, Diablo 1 is also dark as hell. They don't really have that in the later ones. I mean, Diablo 4 has a few areas that can be a little bit oppressively dark. But they don't feel quite as grim as Diablo 1 and 2. They still feel arcadey to me. The range on our holy fire is a lot longer than I was thinking it was. Diablo 1 starts out dark until you're just in the lava hellholes. Yup. I still remember popping so many friends in that by just spamming chain lightning. I knew I shouldn't. But you're not going to stop me from using my nuke. And then there were the old Armageddon staves. Those were an adventure. But yeah, it's the internet. There is a whole subset of people online. This is dipping into like really meta stuff here. There's a whole subset of people online who literally, they get joy out of making others suffer and trolling them. And yes, I know trolls exist. That's normal. But there's people whose entire identity is around those. And they will literally just make accounts just to troll, just to see how many times they can get banned. Which is sad. You have to wonder, it's gotta be, there's gotta be a psychological condition that actually can relate to. And it's not even always about control, is only one reason why I'm like not necessarily jumping straight towards, oh, they're just narcissists, but hey, bone spear projectiles, cool. Be selling that most likely. It's not even too much time on their hands. It's, they literally, that is how they get joy. It's masochism at the very least. You say shouldn't, but what you mean is you shouldn't get caught. Oh, speaking of control. Do I want to spend much time in this room? Probably not, because we're just going to have to deal with things reviving all the time. I'm just going to go through. I'm going to kill... Actually, I'm probably not even going to kill the guy up here. It's uniques in this mod are just not worth it. Unique enemies, that is. They don't guarantee a drop. We're still on players 8. I should probably drop it before we go down into Endariel's. But yeah, I try to make my space on the internet a very welcoming space. For example, if they need to worry about their next meal, they wouldn't be doing that online. You'd be surprised, Adam, actually. There are people I know, I'm not going to name names. I have known them in person, so I know they're this way. First-hand example situation, where they were literally in the cycle of pawning their computer every month just to get food and buying it back at their next paycheck. That was their life cycle. Who were that way? Like, they were literally so poor that they couldn't afford food without getting rid of the very thing they were using to get joy from torturing other people. You drove one of those mad trying to get themselves banned for the first year, kept treating them like the person till they went mental and left, learned where the ban button was. You were on your champion in D&D yesterday. There was a snake pit in the Yonti temple. There was some Yonti, and I have shoved my weapon 10 feet each time you hit someone in the 2024 rules. Okay. You have shove on your weapon for 10 feet each time you hit someone. An advantage on athletics. Into the pit. Oh, yeah, you were knocking them into the pit left and right. I remember that. Nowadays, you know where the ban button is and don't let people harass you or your community. Exactly. That is really the best way to approach it. And just as they take advantage of, there are countless people online. That is what these kind of predatory people go with. There are countless people online. There are countless communities online. They will always find a new community to torment. The reverse is also true for communities. If you don't want that in your community, ban the people doing it. There will always be another person who will come and join your community, who can come and join your community. That one troll that is making it more toxic and chasing people off is not going to be missed. Period. Nothing beyond that. There is... I don't care about the quest dialogue. We've already listened to that a million times. I meant to go here. But yeah, I try to stay on top of it. There are times whenever I'm just too exhausted to go through comments, and some stuff will slip through and people will get into a fight and I have to clean up after that. I have been there. I've had to do that. That was on the YouTube channel. Usually on Twitch, I'm pretty good about catching it. And I'm usually pretty lenient about people who are just, like, socially awkward. That I don't really mind that much. If you start bullying a viewer or somebody else in chat, I will immediately ban you. There is somebody who was a really long time viewer, and they actually would... I think they were on the Patreon for 2 years, I want to say. great that I had to ban because they were DMing people, and I don't know how many people they were DMing. But at the end, the person that came forward, they were only here for about 6 months. They didn't stay a long time. But they did provide the receipts, and I banned the person because they were harassing chatters. That person is permanently banned from all the communities. You haven't had a chat fight yet, luckily. Luckily, on the Twitch end, I have not. Beyond that one instance, had an actual, like, there is an issue between chatters. On the YouTube side, I've covered stuff that very obviously would instigate certain subsect of people to be aggressive and rude. Namely, I actually did a video on censorship in video games, calling out people who were upset that Endariel's tatas were not out in this. I'm not going to say the actual word because I don't know how Twitch is going to react to that right now, because we're dipping a little bit into that political sphere. It doesn't matter how long someone's been following or supporting, it's never an excuse. People have bad days, but track records are a major thing. Yes. And the ban on that guy was because the things he was saying in the private chat, that was stuff that, frankly, if you had done that to my best friend, I would have punched you in the face. I am not a violent person, but if you say that stuff to... I'm not going to even say the person's name because that might actually draw undue attention to him. But if you said that to her face, I would have punched a guy in the square in the jaw. And I have never been a violent person. I did martial arts because I found it to be good exercise. Muay Thai, by the way, tons of fun if you don't have bad knees. It may cause bad knees, but definitely fun. Oh, we're getting a lot of uniques right now. Elven Brand. I think we'll use that instead of Edge on you. Not only is it more damage, it's only thing it's lacking is life leech. Yeah, there's lines you don't cross, and there are people who try to cross those. Some of them are really good at hiding it as well whenever they're crossing them off camera. That's why, generally speaking, if you can provide receipts like photo evidence, first, if it's on a platform, report it to the platform first. They will ban the account. You never did Muay Thai, but you did kickboxing for the same? Yeah. It's good exercise. Jiu-Jitsu is also pretty good. I can't do either of them anymore because I am getting old. And I would like to keep walking into at least my 50s. It would be advantageous to me to be able to. But just because I'm old and creaky nowadays doesn't mean that I have to put up with shit. Yeah, I do miss doing that. It was great exercise. You had to stop because of injuries. Yeah. My body's slowly kind of gone downhill ever since I got crushed by a forklift. As far as health goes, that was kind of a turning point for me, sadly. You can get Gablin to push you around in a wheelie. I mean, that's quite a journey for a wheelchair. I'm looking for the waypoint. Do we not? Oh, we're on level 1. Duh. Wow. I got too caught up in the conversation. I didn't realize we were on freaking Catacombs 1. Tried to kill me with a forklift. The bad part is I was the one driving the forklift. It's a walk behind. But what happened was the brakes failed on it, and it ran up on me and crushed me. So I had put in a report on it prior as well, but they told me just use it. Okay. I'd put a report on it for a safety thing. It had a kick guard that would have shoved my foot back, but that kick guard was broken. And it was the least advantageous situation. You would say even the poorest in the Western society is not really considered poor if by your standards they still have access to the internet to be a menace online. Depends on where in the West, Adam. The US is a very distinct place in that regard. Japan's another one. In the US, yes, our poor have more access to things than the poor in a lot of other countries. But at the same time, the disparity and the cost of living is different. It's a shame, but you're a bit impressed by the fail. Yeah, I mean, this was retail. This was the same store that refused to take it had to have been from the early 80s, piece of a forklift equipment. It was another walk behind, and it's one that I actually refused to use, period. But they refused to take it out of service, even though it had crushed someone's arm. It basically kept going, and it just basically ramped up in speed and pinned them against the wall and snapped their arm. So yeah, it wasn't a terribly safe workplace. The price of living is tough there too, but good support nets and healthcare, yeah. It is really difficult to draw an accurate parallel between poverty in two different countries. In the US, it is essentially illegal to be homeless, which is stupid as fuck to me. Pardon my French, but if you are homeless in the US, you are treated as a criminal. You are not as treated as somebody who needs help. You are treated as somebody who should be put in jail and who should suffer. If you are poor in the US, there are some safety nets still. I have to say some. They are quickly disappearing. But there are some safety nets still, and you still, for the time being, until they start shutting down libraries, have access to the internet through that. And if you can keep your phone running for a few years, you could be homeless and actually have access to the internet through your phone. But as far as how well our impoverished populations do in the US, they do very poorly compared to like Europe and stuff. It's also being treated as illegal in Australia. That doesn't surprise me. The UK is probably in a similar boat. Hostile architecture is a very common thing. Generally speaking, the best way to approach homelessness is by having social systems. I forget whether it's Norway or Finland that does it, where they actually have it set up where you can get basically shelter and a step up so that you can start advancing forward. I think it's Norway. It might even be Sweden. It's one of the northern Scandinavian countries. I say northern. It's one of those three that are up there in the peninsula. But it is already been proven time and again. If you give people a stepping stone, they can often get off of drugs. They can get education. They can get at least a tenable form of life. Whereas if you go hostile against people who are in probably the lowest point they have ever been in their entire existence, and you treat them as if that makes them an awful person, you're just going to end up with more criminals. You're going to end up, well, like the US, where we have the highest incarceration rate. We have shelters, fixed houses where you can do drugs with clean needles rather than leaving dirty needles everywhere in the city, and food. Yeah. And that ends up with better outcomes. Yes, there are going to be people who exploit it. Period. That's just how things are. But I would rather have however many people are going to exploit it, and just be stuck on it, and actually help the plethora of people who can get out of it with just that little bit of help, it is so much better to make sure that people have some kind of hope. You have their prison systems are the best example. They let the prisoners go to day jobs, get skills, still live kind of normally, just restricted. Yeah. And that has exceptionally good outcomes. They're actually not worrying about their next meal if they can go to a library, go online, and be a bully without food. They are supposed to be too hungry to do anything. I guess it really depends on where you put the definition at, Adam. Personally, food insecurity, which is a definite problem these days, actually, in the US due to price gouging. And no, it's not due to, oh, everything's so expensive. Prices of food here in the US are way worse than they are in Europe. And it's not because the food's more expensive. It is because they can get away with charging more under the excuse of it is inflation. It is not inflation, it is price gouging. They did the same thing at the start of COVID. But they're so big that, oh no, we can't shut down Walmart. And generally shutting down Walmart would be catastrophic as well, because that creates food deserts. Because they shut down all the family-owned ones there, and the infrastructure isn't there to actually get shipments in, other than through, like, Walmart and stuff. Because of all the changes. The fix is clean. It's not washing detergent filler in the drug and won't kill them because they had a shitty time of life. Exactly. You shouldn't fuck people over just because they have... Just because they... Even if it was entirely their fault, even if how they ended up was something they actively made the decision to do, you should not doom someone to decades of suffering, being treated like an illegal person who shouldn't exist because of a mistake. If it's a habit and a continuous pattern of behavior, get them psychological help. There is always an ethical and redeeming way to do it. Slightly tempted to put the political thing on the channel as a tag right now, because we're kind of teetering on the edge. But yeah, I'll stop my rant for a while. We're going to focus in on Diablo 2. We are going to beat Endariel. We're past the 4-hour mark. I'm not going to flash the recording because I think we're probably going to have to call it after Endariel, because I need to finish writing a review for another game that I actually really enjoy, but is jank as shit to play nowadays, Dungeon Siege 1. But yeah, that's that kind of stuff I can rant on. I can talk on endlessly, so I kind of have to rein myself in so I don't get punished on certain platforms. Because it does start falling into the category of, yes, you need to label it as this type of stream. But yes, my spaces online, as far as I can guarantee them, are here to be places of respite. They are places to enjoy video games. They are places to not have to worry about bullshit coming in and wrecking everything you care about, or causing you undue stress. You have it as a non-topic. To an extent, I wholly understand that stance. For me, I have seen... I am in a place right now where, due to the country that I live in, I can't ethically make it a non-topic anymore. There is a certain point where hard discussions need to be had and a line in the sand needs to be drawn. We are bordering on that right now where I live, so I don't feel like I have the luxury to be silent where I live anymore. Sure, I do not have the health or even the patience these days to go out and march. I physically cannot do that without it completely like shortening my life. And if I go out and do that, chances are I won't have the resources to survive. But in my space on here, I can say that this is what we stand for. If people don't like that, they can get out. We didn't drop it to players 1. I think we're fine, though. And goodness knows, if me having this stance causes further problems for me down the line, I will totally be trying to be like, I am seeking asylum. Get me out of here. But if I had the resources, I would expatriate. I would have expatriated almost a decade ago if I had the resources. But I currently don't qualify for immigration statuses to most places where I would actually fit. We'll take that and that and that. These will just go into the gem thing. Smuggle you in a Lego box? I mean, I'm pretty good at building with Legos. If I say so myself.
Greetings.
Hello.
Okay, Amp Lisa, you're coming back. Identify items. Maybe a big Lego box. It would have to be a very sturdy one. I would have to spend quite a bit of money building that. Oh, Knight's Caress, I believe. Was that what it was called? Yeah, Knight's Caress. We got Wish Granter. That's a new one for me. But we'll need to organize this stuff a little bit later. This can just go away. We keep that. Ogre, was that? Oh, Ore Seeker. I thought that said Ogre Seeker. I was like, what? The hell? You say. Okay, do we go Strength and Dexterity, or do we go with Fall from Grace? I think we go with Fall from Grace for the dual leech, but we keep this. Okay, so we want that in there. Ore Seeker goes away. That gets sold. This gets kept on us. You have 39 open jobs in Lego at the moment. Ooh. I mean, I don't know how I would qualify for it, but that would be right up my alley. That gets sold. That one we're gonna keep just because nostalgia reasons. And yeah, I'll finish organizing this off screen. Let's go turn in the Malice. One of them is Technical Writer. I mean, technically I'm a writer. And we go east. But yeah, we've made some good progress today. See if there's anybody around to raid. We could raid Mr. Gablin. I haven't raided DF in a while. I don't know how big you guys are on Serious Sam, though. Technically is the best type of correct. We could raid Karanai. He's a kind person with a lot of porcupine pricks, by the way. Oh, you love Serious Sam? We can raid DF then. We raided Gablin yesterday. You don't have anyone other than Gablin and Neko? Actually, you probably would like Karanai Daladon. He's doing a game I don't recognize. 100-line Last Defense Academy. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what game this is. And he's currently on the just chatting, so. I take recommendations for channels to check out. I don't raid people that I haven't watched at least once. Because that's gone poorly before. Yeah, 100 line is going to be an RPG, knowing Karanai. It's turn-based, I guarantee it as well. Yeah, if you have recommendations, I will definitely check out channels. I'll add them to my follow list and then see if they're something I can raid into. DF is actually going up in numbers. Let's go ahead and raid Karenai, because that's one I think Daladon will appreciate. He's a German streamer. Currently, he's on his duck avatar instead of ravens. Let's go ahead and head off that way. Because I'm kind of curious what game they're covering, because I like turn-based games a lot. So this is high on that list. We'll raid DF next time we see him online. Remind me. Setting a note now.